Why was Biafra not supported by any major countries during the Nigerian Civil War? On May 30th, 1967, Biafra declared independence from Nigeria, sparking a brutal civil war. But despite its struggle, no major world power officially backed Biafra. Why? First, Britain supported Nigeria. As Nigeria's former colonial ruler, Britain had economic and strategic interests, especially in oil-rich regions controlled by the Nigerian government. They supplied weapons, intelligence, and diplomatic backing to Lagos. Next, the Soviet Union and the United States both favored Nigeria. The Cold War was raging, but neither superpower wanted to risk their global influence over Biafra. The Soviets sent arms to Nigeria, while the U.S. maintained neutrality but refused to recognize Biafra. Even African nations turned their backs. The Organization of African Unity, OAU, saw Biafra's secession as a threat to African unity, fearing it could inspire other separatist movements. Only a few, like Tanzania, Gabon, and Ivory Coast, recognized Biafra. Biafra's only real support came through humanitarian aid and secret arms deals. France, Portugal, and Israel quietly sent weapons, but it wasn't enough to turn the tide. Meanwhile, Biafrans relied on foreign charities like the Red Cross for food and medicine. By January 1970, after years of starvation and war, Biafra was forced to surrender. Without strong international backing, its dream of independence was crushed.
The South African government has said it will not participate in President Trump's counterproductive megaphone diplomacy. South Africa made a statement in reaction to a social media post by Donald Trump in which he repeated his claim that Pretoria was confiscating land. Trump also extended his invitation to white South Africans to relocate to the US, offering them citizenship. South Africa had previously said that Trump misunderstood the country's new Land Expropriation Act. The US government has frozen financial aid to South Africa because of the land policy. The government of the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, has offered a reward of $5 million for help arresting 3 M23 rebel group leaders. The group has seized much of the east of the country this year. The DRC government tried the 3 men in absentia last year and sentenced them to death for treason. It is 5:30 p.m. in Accra, Ghana, 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, and 1:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you are joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Our guest today is Professor Philip Effiong Jr. He's the son of General Philip Effiong, the deputy to General Chukwuemeka Ojukwu, the leader of Biafra during the Nigerian Biafran Civil War. Effiong Jr. is a distinguished scholar and educator, currently teaching drama at Michigan State University, with a PhD in drama from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. His academic journey spans teaching positions in Nigeria, Ghana, and the United States, where he has made significant contributions in areas such as drama, fiction, nonfiction, oral tradition, and writing. In his critically acclaimed memoir, Nigeria's Own Civil War, Memories of a Biafran Child, Professor Effiong Jr. reflects on the enduring scars of the war, offering a deeply personal perspective on its trauma and complex narratives that continue to shape post-war identities. His upcoming book, My Biafran Scar, A War and Post-War Narrative, set for release later this year, delves further into the lasting impact of the war and its multifaceted stories. Please join me in welcoming to the show Professor Philip Effiong. Welcome to the show, Prof.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very well. Thank you so much. It's an honor to have you today on the show.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here as well. There's so many people you could invite, but you've invited me, so I don't take this for granted. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much. Let's begin with the stories in the news. We talked about leading in the stories in Africa is the ongoing issue with South Africa and the Trump administration. I wanted to know if you can weigh in on that. What do you think is going on? Why is Trump picking on South Africa?
Well, Elon Musk is from South Africa, that technically is his deputy president. South Africa has a long-standing history of being one of the most brutal and vicious racist countries, for many, many years. It victimized and devastated the lives of people, mostly Black people. But if you were not white, and that's its history. And I doubt that Mr. Trump knows the history or cares about the history of South Africa. All he's speaking, his pronouncements are the pronouncements of a man who believes in the racial superiority of European white people. And that's all he cares about. He's a product of that history. If you look at his family, if you look at his activities from when he didn't rent out property to people of color, you look at his pronouncements, and I mean, just look at his criminal record. All he's interested in is advancing this notion that Europeans, white people, Caucasians are superior and they have the right to own whatever they want, to dominate, to control power. And where they're losing that in South Africa, it becomes his problem. And to start inviting white people to America as victims is ridiculous. The people who are really being victimized around the world and who need safety in places like America, he's denying them entry to America. So I don't think this needs to be overflogged. We know what he's all about. He's a racist and supporting a racist enterprise, which is South Africa, even though changes have taken place over the years.
The other story is out of Congo. Congo is another country in Africa that has seen crisis from the very beginning. I know that your father fought in Congo. I have a distant cousin who died in Congo in the 60s. So when you look at the story of Congo, what is your take on why it continues to be the way it is?
Well, like you've rightly pointed out, my father and a number of other African and Nigerian officers served as part of the peacekeeping force in the Congo in the 60s. The Congo is one of the richest resource countries in the world. And if we don't get to the root of the problem, we'll never resolve the problem. The problem, we focus on the rebel groups, militants, and stuff like that. But there's a greater history that has not been addressed, and one that is rooted in not just the colonial history, but the neo-colonial history of the Congo. As long as it has the resources that it has, efforts will be made to get those resources by multinational corporations, and they'll do whatever they want to do, including instigate and support some of the conflicts. Companies like Nokia and other phone companies, they have no problem with the conflict, because as long as the conflict takes place, then they're able to get coltan at cheap prices, and other minerals that they need for their industries. And except we get to the root of the problem, we'll just be, the problem will be ongoing. It's not going to be resolved by arresting or killing or fighting or whatever. We need to get to the root cause of the problem, which I said has colonial and neo-colonial history.
So what should be done? AU had a meeting last month, I believe, and they agreed to send Nigeria's Olusegun Obasanjo and President Kenyatta to go and find peace in Congo. This has been going on since the 60s. Why is it Africa cannot deal with that, especially when they know the history behind the crisis?
Well, unfortunately, if you look at the AU and you look at a lot of Africa's leadership, you speak to the people of Africa, they don't have confidence in the leadership or even in the AU. I believe the resources are there. If the continent can come together, we have the resources, the human resources, we have the means, we have the intelligence, even the military resources, I believe, as well, to address these problems. But I don't know that we have the unity that we need. Unfortunately, we've become increasingly territorial. The trappings of power continues to be the main concern of a lot of our leaders. Otherwise, this single country, it is our problem. It is not the problem of the United Nations. It's not the problem of Europe. It is an African problem. And if we want to pay attention using the resources that we have, everything from intellectual resources to other professional resources, I even mentioned military resources, we can bring about change, but we're divided, and unfortunately, a lot of us are selfishly more concerned with the trappings of power. But the solution is definitely not going to come from the West. The West has never solved any of our problems on the African continent. We have the intelligence, we have the people, and we can't continue to do things the same way and expect a different result. It's time to now operate differently with a stronger sense of unity that we've exhibited over the years, and really do something about the Congo, and not just about the Congo. There are other parts of the continent where we have a crisis. They may not be as deep-seated, but they're there as well.
Is there any model that you can see that could be a way out? We see the French-speaking countries in Africa, like Burkina Faso, Niger, revolting against the French. A place like Congo, where it's Belgium that ruled, or the king that was there. How are they going to be able to remove themselves from these external forces that are trying to exploit them?
Well, it's been done. It's just that the West is not going to give up. When Thomas Sankara, when he was in power, one of the things he refused to do is accept aid from the French. He said, if you accept aid from people, that they're going to, one way or the other, they're going to control you. And we have to find a way to fund ourselves, to provide the aid we need for ourselves, because we have it, but we've got to believe it. Mentally, I think something is happening here that continues to convince us that we need external help. I don't believe we do. I think we have all we need on the continent. The one thing I would say, though, is let's prepare for some kind of retaliation. The West is not going to fold their arms because they want to constantly control us and control our resources. But let's take example from our cousins, our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. The only time African Americans have made tremendous progress is when they have come together independently to do things for themselves. But look at what happened in Oklahoma. The attacks are going to be there. Look at our relatives in the Caribbean. The only time they've made tremendous progress is when they've looked inward and believed in themselves. Or look at our war. Think about the survival during that war. With virtually nothing, people were able to still find a way to create weapons, to create fabrics, to go back to traditional methods of healing. I was healed. I had measles. I was cured with palm wine. So we have all these things. It's just that we've got to get to a point where we believe in ourselves. Unfortunately, our colonial and enslaved history has taught us not to believe in ourselves, but I think we can regain belief in ourselves.
All right, we are going to get to the war and the story of Nigeria, but let's move away from Congo a little bit, and knowing that Nigerian soldiers participated in the first attempt to bring peace to that country. Now, looking at the situation in Congo, where and I want you to tell me if this is wrong, the rebels, the Tutsis, who are minority in Congo, are saying that they are not being treated well in Congo, and that's why they are fighting to get that be accepted and treated well within the country. And some people in Congo are saying they are not part of this country. They are part of Uganda. They are part of Rwanda. You know. So do you think that we have to go back to the conference, the Berlin Conference of 1880, 84, 85, to begin to resolve the African problem?
Yeah, I don't think we need to go back to that conference. That conference was definitely a major part of our problem. But when you see what the Tutsis, the Hutus are saying, you know, is it too different from what the Yoruba, what the Igbo are saying in Nigeria? You know, there is a massive problem across the continent where nations were created in very artificial ways, and artificial boundaries were created, and people who never lived together, we traded together, we worked together, but we didn't live under a single government. You now bring people together to live under a single government. The more powerful are likely to dominate, and that's what's happening. So we should definitely consider the harm caused by the Berlin Conference, but that is not our solution. We need to come to a point where we redefine for ourselves the administrative systems that work for us, that are different from what the Europeans brought. It doesn't mean that everything the Europeans brought was horrible. After all, there are a lot of things they've gotten from us. But we ultimately need to rely on our own values, rely on our own belief systems, rely on our own traditional systems to define what works for us. The issue of breaking away and having separate countries is not really a new thing. You know, it's happened. If you look across the Soviet Union, it happened. You look at places like you look at places like the Sudan, Eritrea. You look at a lot of countries across the world, they've come to that point where people have decided this geographical space is not good for me. I need to step out and redefine myself and achieve self-determination in a new space. So I'm not discarding that option. That option needs to be also negotiated, and where people are making those demands, they need to be respected, and we need to listen to them.
Will you say that people from Katanga in the region in Congo will have been better off if they had broken out of the country at the beginning than they are? If after 50 years they're still fighting over there, there's no peace in Congo.
You know, it's hard for me to say if that's what the people are requesting. Perhaps it would have been, but there's always going to be the problem of resources. I'm not sure. I'll be honest with you, when we talk about resources in the Congo, I'm not sure what Katanga has. But if that's a place like Port Harcourt, for instance, if that's a place like Rio that has resources, then efforts are going to be made to prevent them from moving away. But they might be better off. I believe there are many of us that would be better off if we had more autonomy over our lives. That's what people are asking for. And those examples, you have many examples from history. Like I said, you look at the former Soviet Union, you look even countries like Ecuador, Eritrea. I have some notes here that I'm looking at. They were all part of a larger Grand Colombia. There are many examples in history. You can look at Slovakia, Armenia, Lithuania. It's not a new thing. So yeah, I believe better autonomy, if I separate, is something that's good for me, and it might be good for Katanga as well.
All right, let's come back to Nigeria. The problem in Nigeria started with the coup in, some people said with the coup in 1966, January 15th. Some people go back to 1953, the riot in Kano. Some go as far back as 40-something. You have written books and you have studied that, and your family were at the center of some of the issues that happened in Nigeria. Where would you point at and say this is where the problem started?
It's really hard, but I would go further back. The moment you have foreigners who don't respect you and who are racists coming to take charge of your affairs, that is going to create turbulence. And that, for me, is where it starts. Let's go back to when the British made Nigeria their colony, whatever we want to call it. Let's remember, however, that Nigeria, and in fact, most of Africa had a long-standing tradition of receiving visitors to their communities. As long as those visitors came from outside, the visitors could come with their own leaders, but you had to respect the land and you had to pay tribute to the land. You can call it taxation like we call it today. And you had such settlements. The settlement of you have a large population of Igbos in the north and Easterners. It didn't start with the colonizers. It didn't start when Nigeria became Nigeria. Those communities have always been there. But the moment you create a situation where ethnic groups feel like they're struggling for resources, then that becomes a problem. And that became a major problem in Nigeria. It's not the only problem, but I would say it goes well back before the coup. The coup, what happened in 1953, those are just symptoms of a larger problem, the consequences of a problem. They weren't the problems. Those were just things that were triggered by a number of ethnic and social issues that were happening and the conflicts that were developing. And they mightn't have happened if we didn't have the kind of colonial history that we had.
So when you look at Nigeria today, you have democracy. We've been practicing the third wave, I believe, since 1999, and it's not getting better by any standard. If you look at today's Nigeria, you have Rivers State in crisis, Osun State almost in crisis. There are problems, insecurity everywhere in the north, east, northwest, southeast. So is Nigeria safer today? Is there more hope in Nigeria today than in January or March? January, let's say go back to January of 1966.
No, Nigeria is not safer today. Even after the war, a couple of months after the war, there was relative calm and safety across Nigeria. What we have today is frustration that has been developing over the years because people feel marginalized, and there is a limit to which people can be deprived the opportunity to live fulfilling lives, which is what has happened. And so people are responding in different ways, including violent ways as well, unfortunately. And you mentioned democracy. Part of the problem is we're not really practicing democracy. And maybe you shouldn't ask people as old as myself, ask younger people. They'll more courageously tell you that we don't have a democracy. Whether you look at our recent elections or look at the way, our systems of governance, they'll say, no, there's no democracy. There is power abuse and dominance. So no, we're not safer. And what you see is the expression of frustration, and it manifests in different ways. Unfortunately, one of those ways is through violence, and unfortunately, innocent people are going to be victims. We're not safer. I lived in Nigeria through the 60s. When I was going to secondary school, I'd get into a taxi cab, sometimes arrive late at night. It was never an issue. We moved around freely. There were hardly fences between our homes. What separated our homes were maybe flowers or low fences, So we felt safe. We felt secure. It doesn't mean there wasn't crime, but it wasn't anything compared to what you have today.
So on the eve of January 1966, where were you?
January 1966, I was in Lagos. I was a little boy, and we lived in a place called Ann Barracks, AN. That's where I was, in answer to your question.
What was that? I wanted some more than that, but I know you get it. You got the answer. What was the environment like? I mean, what I mean by that is, what was the mood like? Did you have any sense as a little boy that something was about to happen?
Yes, and it's actually there in my book. I was a little boy, but I also, before 1966, I also remember the sense of camaraderie in our barracks, in the military generally. You know, there was a strong sense of camaraderie, and honestly, ethnicity was hardly a part of our discussion. But 1966, I knew something was wrong. I felt it because human beings have intuition. We're spiritual beings, and even babies, recognize things. So I knew something was wrong because generally there was just this atmosphere of gloom, and my father was out of the house more than he usually was, and people seemed to be whispering a little bit more. I knew that something was wrong, and every once in a while we had military officers visit our home, but for the first time they would come, and they would come with rifles. And even though this was really long ago, these images have stayed with me. So yeah, I knew something was wrong. I felt it, and I think a lot of people felt it, regardless of age.
Now, what about your father and the role he played during that period, especially that coup period?
Yeah, my father was the director of ordnance in the Nigerian army before the coup. He was actually the first indigenous director of ordnance, and his story is that at some point, the second coup, not the first coup was really a disappointment to professional soldiers like him, who were more interested in securing the safety of our people and protecting the land. But when the second coup was being planned, it became an open secret. And at that point, he had been posted to the State House and was the principal staff officer under Ironsi. So he let Ironsi know. Unfortunately, Ironsi now informed people who turned out to be the coup plotters that this is what Effiong had told him. And so my father became a marked man. Unfortunately, he was in Kaduna. He had just been posted to Kaduna before that coup took place. And thanks to friends, the Catholic Church, I think the American consulate, he managed to escape in disguise out of Kaduna and return to Lagos, where he remained in hiding because the coup plotters who knew that he had informed Ironsi about their plot were after him. Yeah.
Mm. And what about you? How did you move around during that period?
Well,
did you move your dad to Kaduna? How was the movement that period?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you when you were asking your question. We hadn't yet relocated to Kaduna. Okay. My father was only there for about a month. So we were still in Ann Barracks, but we had to evacuate Ann Barracks. So it was my mother and some friends who took us out, and we stayed with with the family of another military officer. This man, Colonel Trimnell, from Ishaka, from areas around where my mother is from. His wife was a Yoruba woman, so they had a family home there in Lagos, and they took us in along with their children. They had about 7 children, so we were like 15 children, now not counting house helps, other relatives, and the life just changed overnight. But we were grateful to the Trimnells, because if they hadn't taken us in, who knows what would have happened. But all the time we were there, we couldn't see my father. He was still in Lagos, but he was in hiding, and he managed to eventually escape Lagos to the east. And the Colonel Trimnell himself, everybody from around Ukwani, Ishaka, Ibuza, they were all described as Igbo people. So his life was also in danger. So he was also in hiding as well. But eventually I don't know how my father did it, but with the help of friends, we were then removed from Lagos to return to the east, to Enugu specifically.
Mm. So the crisis, the second coup happened, and the country went down the drain from that point. So your father, what was he when he went back to the east? Did he become an associate of Ojukwu? How did he now become close to Ojukwu? What was he?
Well, remember that there was an official announcement by Gowan that officers should return to their regions of origin. So what my father did, even though he had to do it in hiding, in disguise, he was actually obeying the directives of Gowan. But when he went to the east, he had served in the military with General Ojukwu, who was the governor then. So he knew him. So naturally, he would connect with the governor and find out what was happening. And there were still disagreements and negotiations and discussions between the eastern region and the rest of Nigeria. And you know about the Aburi and all of that. You know, all of that was ongoing. So for the most part, as a senior officer, my father was a part of a lot of the conversations, a lot of the meetings. The issue of secession had not come up. It came up later. It came up precisely after, not just after the agreements in Abuja were reneged, but after the creation of states. And that is when officially Biafra was created. And my father was not initially the second in command. For instance, he had been the head of the militia. He had served in other positions before he became the second in command.
Okay. So I'm thinking, I'm just trying to put myself in your shoes, a small kid, young person watching the country and knowing, probably, I don't know if you met Aguirre before he died, knowing that he was killed. What were you thinking about at that time, knowing that your father was in the same profession as this head of state who was killed? What was it? Can you please share with us anything?
It's a good question, because many times people seem to think that young people, children, are disconnected from these things. But no. First of all, let me say I had met Ironsi once. There was when his daughter Angela had a birthday party. I remember attending it, and I remember seeing him, walk in and hug his daughter, and he left us, the children, to just enjoy the birthday party. But in Enugu, when eventually all those things happened and we returned to Enugu and we heard about his murder, it hurt me, because this was Uncle. This was Uncle Ironsi. These people were intimate part of our lives, even though they were grown-ups, they were adults, because they were my parents' friends. They were also like family to us. So we heard about it, and it was sad. And I knew as a child that there was danger. I just felt this aura of danger everywhere. And then at the time, a lot of people were returning from the north, those who had escaped, and some of them would stop by at my parents' home and tell them stories of the program, of the killings. And those were very, 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 very disturbing stories, because the stories were consistent about people being beheaded, people's eyes being gouged out, people being cut in two, people having their ears slashed, and all women having their wombs ripped open, and their children ripped out of those out of their wombs. So a lot of this was just accumulating in my psyche as a child, and the result was just a feeling of absolute fear, and a feeling of insecurity, of nervousness, of anxiety, and that aura, just stayed with us throughout the war and even after. Yeah.
Now, what you are describing is for those of us who didn't see the war, thinking that, is that different from what we're seeing now with headsmen cutting people, killing people? Is that different? That's what most people might be thinking. It's when you see this, what do you think going on at the present day Nigeria?
It's not the same situation, but it boils down to the same thing. The meaningless destruction of lives for very selfish reasons or for ethnic reasons, for prejudicial reasons. The people in the East, and most of them were Igbos, who were killed, had not had a history of committing crime in the North. They lived in relative peace. There's no history of them committing armed robbery or raping women or burning down the mosques or anything like that. And so what you see happening today, it may not be exactly the same situation, but it boils down to the meaningless destruction of lives for reasons that don't make sense. And these reasons may be ethnically based, or they may be based on religion, whatever they are based on. The fact that they're still happening and happening without any measures in place to stop them from happening is disturbing. For me, it's like a continuation of what happened in the past. It's just that it's taken on a new form, a new shape, a new face, whatever you want to call it. But it's part of this history of insecurity, of ethnic bigotry, of hatred, and this history of wanting to get power through any means, especially through aggressive means. I just see that continuing today, even though it may be a different situation.
So let's keep going down. So there were crises, and then your father left Lagos for the East, and they went to Aburi hoping to find peace. Mm-hmm. When that failed, what did you remember?
Well, the Aburi meeting, I didn't know much about it then. I knew about it more later on. The only thing I knew was that a new nation had been created. I was a part of that nation. I was now the citizen no longer of Nigeria, but of Biafra, and that Nigeria was the enemy, and Nigeria was evil, and Nigeria wanted to destroy us, and we had to be prepared to defend ourselves. That was the overriding message. Aburi, I would learn more and read more and study more about Aburi later on. I know that Aburi had something to do with that, but the creation of states as well was a major part of the reason for secession. Secession was never the priority of the Eastern region, contrary to what people may think. I think it was just due to circumstances, and it became what it became, and unfortunately led to the more genocidal attacks rather than reducing the genocidal attacks. Rather than making us more secure, it actually endangered our lives more.
So interesting. Looking at the sequence of things. So at the point when Ojukwu now decided to declare, let me go back to the coup, the first coup. This book published by Ibrahim Babangida, a lot of people have talked about it. One of the things that came out of it was this idea he presented in the book that the Igbo coup concept is not what it is, something like that it wasn't an Igbo coup. At that point, when that happened, what was the feeling? What did you understand about the coup plotters and who they were, and what was the general feeling of people who were there at that time?
What Babangida is saying now, did he not know this before? Other leaders on the Nigerian side who called it an Igbo coup and who justified the massacre of Igbos in the north, didn't they know? Are they just knowing? What's the point mentioning this now when you knew it all along, and when people like you could have taken a stand so that Igbos wouldn't have been victimized the way they were victimized? Of course it was not an Igbo coup. If you look at that coup, the major participants, the person whose idea it was Effiong Jr. Then he brought in Nzogo and then Ademoyega, a Yoruba man. Those were the principal leaders of that coup. Nzogo has been, if you don't mind my using, Igborized more than he needs to be Igborized. The man was from Asaba, but was more of a northerner than anything else. In fact, he was such a northerner that people attributed to him a tradition that's common in the north, which is to give you the name of your place of birth. And so he was called Kaduna. And Chinua Achebe mentions him in his book, There Was a Country. Chinua Achebe says that the man could hardly make a sentence in his Asaba language, which is very much like Igbo. But he could speak Hausa like a native. So if you look at these three people, the only real Igbo person there was Ifajuna. And then nobody's talking about the non-commissioned officers, the sergeants, the staff sergeants, many of whom were not Igbos. Many are not talking about young officers like Atompera, who later became the governor of the Benue Plateau. So Babangida has said that that's good, that's wonderful, except that it is too late, if you don't mind my saying it. I guess it's not too late to correct history, but if people like him and people who, he was a relatively junior officer, but there were top officers who knew that that was not the truth. They could have taken a stand, and it might have gone a long way in preventing a lot of those unnecessary killings. But I assure you that even though Babangida has said this, there's still many people that are still going to tout that coup as an Igbo coup, which is absolute nonsense. Excuse my English or French.
Yeah. So let me go back to killing of Aguiyi. Did you, at that point, I know that time had passed, know any details about things like people that killed him and why they killed him? Was it known to people who were around at that time?
Major, what is his name? I'm trying to remember this man. I think it's a common name that's affiliated with his killing. Danjuma.
Yeah.
Danjuma has never denied it. Nobody has denied it. He was a major, he wasn't the only one who led that coup. Someone like Murtala Mohammed was a key participant in that coup. I don't know what General Gowon's role was, but for General Gowon to be accepted by the coup plotters and eventually made head of state, he must have at least given them his loyalty. Coup plotters are not going to put people who they don't trust into power after they succeed in their coups. But I would say Danjuma was, as far as going to State House and taking him out of State House, it was Danjuma. And the night that he was taken away, a few hours before, he had actually spoken to my father in Kaduna. Because at this point, there was chaos, turbulence. He had lost his command. My father was trying to escape from Kaduna, but they had one more phone call. And in the phone call, it didn't achieve anything. Ironsi just called to tell him, hey, there are problems. And my father felt like telling him, I told you so. But of course, my father wouldn't do that. So Danjuma has not denied it. Nobody has denied it. So when it comes to the direct killing of Ironsi, he was among the group that went to State House. He was probably the highest ranking officer. So he needs to be held responsible for that. But of course, he wasn't the only one who took part in that coup. In the end, it was just a waste of life. Ironsi had about 7 children. Can you imagine what it meant to those children? And Ironsi had not done anything wrong. He had actually played a key role in ensuring that the first coup was not a success.
Okay,
he played a key role, and all the people who were involved in that coup were in detention at the time, waiting trial. And some would argue that one of his mistakes was to put Northerners in key positions of power. I don't know whether that is true or not, but he wasn't a politician. He was a soldier. And for the most part, he was a gentleman as well. And he just did what he thought he needed to do. But unfortunately, it all worked against him and he lost his life.
Most people who were not there, when they look at it, the history, they say that Ojukwu led the Igbo people to a war that they were sure they would not win. What is your understanding of the sequence of events after the failure of the Aburi Accord and the decision to go to war?
Well, where people want to fault General Ojukwu, they can do that. Where they need to give him credit, they also need to do that. He was in a situation where thousands of his people were being slaughtered and were returning to the region where he was governor. I mean, what was he expected to do? Let's make him an Effiong officer, and he was right there in the capital of of whatever the state is, Calabar, and Effiong people are being killed in the thousands and returned to Calabar. What do you expect him to do? To just embrace the new government that has, in one way or the other, been given the audacity to massacre people in the north? The audacity came from that government because that government didn't do anything about it. They didn't step in. So how could you trust this government that had demonstrated that it doesn't value the sacredness of your people's lives? Having said that, he did go on into negotiations, and at Aburi accepted Gowon as the new head of state. So you can't just, we shouldn't ignore the damage done when the parts of the agreement, the federal side reneged on parts of the agreement. Of course, that's going to only cause more concern, more suspicion. And then you go ahead and create new states and basically render Ojukwu as a non-entity at that point. So there's a lot of bitterness, a lot of distrust, and they create this new nation because they don't feel secure in the other nation. But remember, the creation of Biafra was not a declaration of war. Biafra didn't as much as throw a stone at the Nigerian side. So to say that he led people into war when he didn't declare war is really, it sounds really ridiculous to me. War was declared on the Nigerian side. They called it police action, but it was a full-scale war. And I know because I was there and I witnessed it. So no, he didn't lead the people. The people had a right to defend themselves. And for the most part, that's what happened in Biafra, even if we may have made some mistakes in the process.
Now, in your book, you talked about life in Biafra as a kid. Can you, for those who are yet to read the book, and I'm hoping that they will all go and get the book and read after this, can you give us a little idea of how life was in Biafra for you?
Yeah, I was the son of a general who became second in command. So obviously I had access to certain things that many people didn't have access to. Let me just make that very clear. I didn't starve. However, we were all victims. People like to use the word privilege, but I don't use the word privilege. From when we left Lagos, each time we ran away from one community, one town, one city, we lost property. I didn't go to school throughout the war. Occasionally I had some homeschooling. I lost relatives, I lost my grandfather, I lost one of my aunties, I lost my younger cousin. Our entire family compound, what we call compound in Nigeria, it's not just one house. It was completely razed, completely destroyed. And then after the war, of course, we were practically destitute, virtually homeless, and my parents just had to find a way to survive and raise their 7, then 8 children. So life in Biafra, yes, I compared to a lot of people, I was more secure, but I was equally vulnerable in many instances. For instance, when the planes came and bombed, the planes didn't just bomb on certain homes or certain communities. You know, a plane wouldn't come in and say, well, that's General Effiong's house, let's not bomb it. You know, so, you know, I think all of us to various degrees were victims and our lives were devastated. And the psychological mental effects continue to be felt to this day. I don't wish it on anybody. I don't wish the war experience on anybody.
When your father became Ojukwu's deputy, how did you receive the news? What changed?
It really didn't come as a surprise. I don't know if I remember an instance where my father was declared second in command. I always knew my father was a senior officer because he was among the first generation of military officers in Nigeria. So I'd always seen him as someone who held a key position in the army. So when I eventually knew, maybe it wasn't on the day, but when I eventually knew that it was General Ojukwu's deputy, it really, I don't think I was extra excited or anything like that. I just saw him as still holding a key position in the military. Yeah. Of course, I was happy about his success generally in his career, which of course started before the war. But his being second in command, I think, was purely based on experience and nothing else. He was probably, in Biafra, he was probably the first officer to be commissioned. I'm talking of pre-Biafra, among the officers in Biafra. So it didn't excite me extra, but it did come with some benefits. I have to admit that.
So your family were you guys moving as the war progressed, and where were you towards the end of it?
Yeah. We, first of all, from Lagos, we went to Ikorekpene, then Ikorekpene, Enugu back to Ikorekpene to Umuahia, and then Umuahia, we moved to Ifakala. This was the one time when we were homeless during the war, and it may come as a surprise to people, but I like to tell people that, tell this story, because if the second in command, if his family could be homeless, then imagine what's happening to other people. But my father's aide-de-camp, which is like your special assistant if you're a top military officer, his father had a home in Ifakala. They're from a place called Ifakala. It's near Owerri. And they took us in. They took my mother and my brothers and sisters, as well as my mother's sister and her children. They gave us accommodation there. And I think my father, he settled somewhere else, you know, but he didn't stay there with us because he had his military responsibilities and duties to take care of. So yeah, we moved to Ifakala, and we were still in Ifakala, and that's where I saw firsthand the sad refugee and starvation problems, which I'm not going to go into here because I don't think we have time. But those images of starving and dying children, we saw a lot of death in Ifakala too. Those images are still with me. But we were still in Ifakala when Biafra, you know, regained control of Owerri. It was one of the greatest victories in Biafra, because looking back at what I know about Biafra, it's nothing short of a miracle that they were able to eventually recapture Owerri. And so we moved to Owerri. But, you know, Biafra at this point had shrunk in size. Most of Biafra had been overtaken, had been overrun. Most of Biafra was starving. There was little or no infrastructure. The morale of the soldiers was very low. Biafra was in its worst state, so to speak. So eventually, Owerri was to be recaptured. And just before it was recaptured, I'm not going into details. We escaped again from Owerri, but this time there was no place to go to. So we actually ended up in Nnewi. Later on, I would learn about arrangements between my father and Ojukwu. Ojukwu had told my father he was leaving in search of peace. And my father said, well, I'm going to stay, but can you take my wife and my children? She's pregnant. So eventually, we left about 3 days before the war ended. We left on a cargo plane. It didn't have seats. You know, when I fly today and they say fasten your seatbelts, I just shake my head. I say, you guys don't understand. But we left on that plane, and it took me, my mother, my cousin, my older and younger brother. We left. Our first destination was Sao Tome, and then we went to other places. I'm not going to go into those details. I don't think there's time, but all of that is in my book.
We have time, but you can't say all the stories. There are so many ways you can go with the conversation. And for those who want to know more, of course, the book is available on Amazon and anywhere else you buy books. So, so your family left 3 days before the end of the war, and Ojukwu also left. Was there any agreement with Ojukwu and your father that he should hand over to should surrender?
No, there was no agreement, but I think we understand, looking back, what was going on. I think at this point there was this agreement, unofficial agreement, that Biafra couldn't continue to defend itself. So there was no agreement, but my father, after Ojukwu left, my father now consulted with the few Biafran leaders that were still there, including people like Justice Mbanefo. And they decided that it would be the best thing to negotiate some kind of peace and an end to the war. The one thing my father did, the one decision he made, I think he knew he was going to go that route. So at first, General Madiebo, the head of the Biafran army, was not supposed to leave with Ojukwu, but my father told Ojukwu he would prefer if he left. And I didn't understand why my father made that request until later on. My father anticipated that there might be a clash, a power clash. He might decide we need to go this route. And if Madiebo made a different decision, there might have been a problem, because Madiebo was the head of the army. So who would the people obey? So that is the one conscious request I know my father made. And I know that it was based on his decision that he would find a way to end this sad, tragic situation, which fortunately he was able to do, but not by himself. I think it is important to recognize those others who participated in bringing an end to the situation. But there was no agreement that he would go to Lagos and do what he did. That was not part of his agreement with General Ojukwu, no.
All right. We have a lot of people who are interested in joining us in this conversation. We will talk more about your experience and then bring them in a few minutes. But at this point, I think let's take a break, 3 minutes or 4. When we come back, we will continue our conversation with Professor Philip Effiong. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much. We've been having an interesting conversation with Professor Philip Effiong, the son of General Effiong, who was Ojukwu's deputy during the Nigerian Civil War. He's been talking about his recollections in the book, Nigeria's on Civil War. He has another book coming up about identity and the narratives of that war. So let me ask you, why did you choose on Civil War?
You know, there are many. There's a lot of things that are thrown out there, you know, phrases and words, and many times we adopt them without thinking about them. There's nothing civil about a war. Civility involves harmony and friendship and kindness. That war was not civil, not just because of what I've read about it, but because of what I experienced. I call it uncivil. You know, the civil is deceptive. It was horrible. It wasn't civil.
So at the end of the war, your father went to Lagos and with the Chief Justice of Biafra to surrender. We have a video of that ceremony. Let me play it for you, and for the audience to also watch and see what happened there. A minute. All right, so let's see. General, go on. All right, so let's see.
And we have with us today Colonel Obasanjo, and unfortunately the other field commanders are not able to be with us at this moment. But we have Colonel Obasanjo, who is the commander of 3 Marine Commando, who have been able to capture a number of senior secessionist officers, and he had brought them to Lagos to see us in order to let us have the acceptance of the spirit of one Nigeria.
To formally give up secession and report for reappointment and redeployment. Philip Effiong.
Your
Excellency.
Glad to see you again.
My pleasure.
How are you?
Very well indeed.
Glad to see you again. Thank you.
Patrick Amadi.
How are you?
Excellency.
Glad to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Glad to see you again.
It's an experience.
Honestly. Glad to see you again.
And I would like, therefore, to take this opportunity to say that I, Major General Philip Effiong, officer administering the government of the Republic of Biafra, now wish to make the following declaration. That we affirm we are loyal Nigerian citizens and accept the authority of the federal military government of Nigeria. That we accept the existing administrative and political structure of the Federation of Nigeria. That any future constitutional arrangement will be worked out by representatives of the people of Nigeria. That the Republic of Biafra hereby ceases to exist.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000?
Okay. Amazon. Okay.
All right. So that was sorry about. Let me.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I didn't hear you well.
Yeah, sorry. When you play this from YouTube, sometimes this happens. So that was the handover events that happened in Lagos. there was first time they met, and the one said, "I'm happy that we're able to do this on our own." That he was speaking to your dad, and your dad said, "I'm glad to be back, Jack." Now tell me, that process when he came back home. What was the feeling? What did he say to the family? How did you guys take that period, that move to surrender?
You know, this it's not an easy thing to talk about. I don't know if we really went into any in-depth conversation. I knew he had done it, and as I grew older, I talked to him about aspects of the conflict. But it was very traumatic. Regardless of what you see on that screen, I'm my father's son. I know what that situation, what emotionally and psychologically, what it was like. It wasn't as easy as it might look on screen, and so I can talk about my feelings more now than back then. To be honest with you, it was over, and I think there was just everybody was just relieved that it was over. But the war had only just started for many of us. He talks about Gowan says, and when you win, you can say whatever you like. He says Obasanjo, for instance, captured them. Did you hear those words? Never happened. In some other reports, people say that he went and stood at attention and saluted Gowan and said, reporting for duty, which never happened. So you have all these stories, like they say, the hunter, when, as long as they control the hunt, they'll try to control the narrative. So later years, even looking at it now, was very emotional for me. I almost turned off my camera. Because I knew that my father was having to submit to someone who was his junior in the army. Obasanjo wasn't even a part of the army. He hadn't even joined the army. He was probably closer to a teenager when my father joined the army. And here's my father having to submit to them. But one thing he always let me know is that what matters is the lives that were saved. I shouldn't think much about the process. Shouldn't think much about the consequences, because there were consequences. My parents remained jobless from that day until when they passed on, and they had children to raise. My father never received any benefits for his role in the army, not a penny. And my father was not an accountant in the army or a lawyer in the army or a teacher. He was a professional soldier. When you took that from him, he was dismissed without any benefits. You can imagine what that means. It's like taking away my PhD, taking away my home, my means of livelihood, and I have 7 children, then 8 to take care of. So what I see when I see that is not what a lot of people see. The one Nigeria thing he's talking about there just makes me laugh. Look at what has happened to his people in recent years. By the same people who fought on the same side with you for one Nigeria. Look at what they're doing to your people. What kind of one Nigeria did you fight for? So, I'm sorry if I'm getting emotional.
Yeah, it's understandable.
My father, who was much younger than I am right now, it's not easy. Yeah.
To his credit, he stood there and called himself a General Philip Effiong.
Yes.
Even though he wasn't in the Nigerian army when he left the Nigerian army. So he stood his ground. He had his pride. I could see that.
Absolutely. And he said, I, Major General Philip Effiong, you accepted the document, which means you accepted to recognize him as a major general. But you see, in a lot of conversations later on, they use Lieutenant Colonel, So, these are some of the things that catch my attention. But, the Nigerian army has no right to give my father a rank. That army tried to murder my father in July of 1966. You don't have the right to give my father a rank, imagine if Michigan State University tried to kill me, and then Pennsylvania gave me a job and made me the president of the university, and Michigan said, no, he's still an associate professor. You don't have that right. So yeah, my father stood his ground, and throughout the post-war situation, he never apologized. He always said he did what he knew to be right, and there were repercussions, but he never wavered on his vision and role in Biafra.
Didn't at one point former Biafran soldiers were brought back into the military? Was their father excluded? I thought that something like that happened.
Yes, some of them were brought back, mostly junior officers. Someone like Ukiwe, although he was in the Navy, was brought back. There were a couple of them. No, my father was not. My father was dismissed without benefits. Some of them were removed, but they were given benefits. But my father was not given anything. I think when Obasanjo was in power after my father passed, I think there was some pressure on him to give back recognition to my father and stuff like that. But at that point, I really didn't care, to give him anything in death. You could have given that to him when he was alive, So I don't go around saying thank you to anybody for anything that they may have given to my father after he died.
So you made reference to Nigeria today in terms of referring to Gowon and his people, what has happened to his people after the war and after the effort to keep Nigeria one. I wanted to extend it to the general picture of things in Nigeria today. You already said that we are not safer. Do you think that war accomplished anything, even for those who fought to keep Nigeria one and for those who wanted to leave?
Yeah. People don't have to occupy the same geographical space to get along. And if living in that geographical space is going to create conflicts, there's no benefit to living together. You are an Igbo man, I'm an Ibibio man. If you look at the history of Igbos and Ibibios, we've been very, very close. We're not that close now that we have our own states and we're under Nigeria. There's a long-standing history of Ibibios and Igbos, even I'm talking of before colonialism, when there was a lot of cooperation and interaction and trade. And if you look at your parents or grandparents or great-grandparents, including mine, a lot of them could speak both languages. That's the history. So the one Nigeria thing, I think we should remember that, first of all, Isaac Boro had tried to break away. Remember when he tried to create his Niger Delta Republic? The second coup plotters, that was one of their goals, and people don't want to talk about it. It was to avenge the first coup, retaliate, and then the North would separate. That was the original plan. But you had what they called senior permanent or federal permanent secretaries, and the British saying, no, don't do that. Of course, because you lose out on the oil. So no, we're not more united now. I don't see it. All I see is more chaos, animosity. Doesn't mean that we're not getting along as individuals, but I'm talking of getting along on an institutional level. I can laugh with anybody and you be friends with anybody from any ethnic group, but the moment there are elections, for instance, then we become we take loyalty with our identity groups. Individual friendship is no longer an issue. You have that across Nigeria. This divisions, animosity, whether it's not just the Middle Belt, look at what's happening in the North. And it's not just on account of ethnicity, it's on account of religion as well. No, we're not more united. I believe that was we're not one Nigeria. I believe that was your question.
You talked about the relationship between the Bibios and the Igbo people.
Yeah.
There's this what happened after the war. I wasn't there before. I don't know if you can maybe talk on that. The relationship in the eastern part of the country, what they call the eastern region, and what changed. Looking at the Ikwere, for instance, the Ikwere people now and the identity issue. What can you say about that and how it happened?
Yeah, it's part of the sad impact of ethnic politics across what used to be the eastern region. We used to be very united. If you travel from, say, Ikorekpene to Umuahia, there used to be places that were like gray areas. You had the Anang people and Igbo people living together, and you didn't know who was who because everybody spoke the other person's language. We were like that. If you look at the uprising by women in the former eastern region, you had women from Opobo, from Etinan, you had Efik women, you had Igbo women participating, and many others, Ikwere women. You even have monuments built to those women in places like Ikorabasi in my state. But the propaganda, pre-war, wartime, and post-war propaganda was fierce against the Igbos. And the Igbos have now been made enemies. And many of us have refused to see things differently or to do our research and find the facts and recognize that we had always lived as a family. The propaganda was fierce. The Ikwere people, linguistically and culturally, are tied to Igbo people. And yet, why instead of being family, why do you have a lot of people on either side, condemning the other group and acting as if, we're enemies, when in fact you're part of the same family? You look at Opobo. Opobo was even founded by an Igbo person. You go to Cross River State in Calabar, there's a place called Ikodishi. When you say Ikot in my area, it means literally bush, but it means the land of Ishi. I believe in one variation of the Igbo language, Ishi means 6. Ikot Ishi in Calabar is made up of descendants of Igbos. In fact, descendants of Igbos that were used in the plantation slave industry, unfortunately. But it has never created chaos. It has never created conflict. We've always lived in harmony. And if you look at the history of Igbos generally, of course, you have Igbos that may be prejudiced against other people, but you never have had a situation of Igbos rising up against any ethnic group in Igbo land and forcefully sending them away violently. It's never happened. For the most part, Igbo people have lived in harmony with other people. And when Igbo people moved around, and they've done it more than other people, to other parts of Nigeria, they settled in well, embraced the cultures, learned the languages, and assimilated. So it's unfortunate what's happening now across the eastern region. It really is.
One thing I missed was the surrender papers. Some scholars are saying that there were conditions when your father surrendered and announced that Biafra has ceased to exist. What does that mean? What do you understand about the conditions for that surrender?
Okay, I'm actually looking at a copy of the document which I have. I'm looking at an original copy. And I'm going to read, there's A, B, C, D. I'm going to read from C, that any future constitutional arrangement will be worked out by representatives of the people of Nigeria. That's not surrender. And there's no part of the document that's titled surrender. This is a document that basically says, fine, we're not fighting anymore, but we have to come together and give everybody the constitutional opportunity and right to determine what's best for all of us. Not one group of people controlling the narrative, or certain oligarchs controlling the narrative, or certain politicians, or certain powerful or large ethnic groups. So no, it was not. It was conditional. It was not unconditional. And in another interview, which is not a part of this document, my father had said, if you don't treat former Biafrans right, they will rise up again. They will rise up in agitation and demand their rights, which is what's happening today.
Yes, I actually wanted you to weigh in on the new agitation for return to Biafra. It's been going on for a while now. We had Wazulike-led movement for the restoration of the sovereign state of Biafra. We've moved on to people like Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Eba. When you watch this, what does that say to you, and how do you see this new movement towards Biafra?
Yeah, I think when we look at these demands, agitations, even though the word Biafra is used, what these people, and most of them are young people, are saying is that we are marginalized and we need to be included. We're marginalized and we don't have a place in this country. Nobody's investing in our education. People are not investing in our talents and skills. And if, as long as we continue to feel marginalized, we're not going to go anywhere. And so we are demanding our own space, which is what Biafra was about. The situation is slightly different. And so I think it's best, first of all, to recognize that this is not just about Biafra. This is about self-determination. And this is what people are asking for. You may put certain phrases on it, like Biafra, IPOB, Oduduwa movement. It boils down to the same thing. The one thing, there are a couple of things that I'm not happy about. One is when, for instance, in IPOB, when I hear about their conflicts with Ohanese, it doesn't go well. It doesn't sit well with me. We should understand that disagreements will always be there where you have human beings, but you must take Ohanese seriously, because a lot of people in Ohanese were, like me, young people during the war, and some of them are old enough that they fought during the war. So they may not be completely in agreement with you, but don't dismiss them. So I don't like those conflicts. And I also don't like conflicts, and some of them are not documented. I can't say that they're happening. I've heard about people talk about a young man, I think he's in Finland, Simon Ekpa, and some other groups. I've heard things about money being misused. I don't have facts. But when you begin to hear about some of these things, conflicts, disagreements, they're not inspirational, because you ask yourself, if we're like this now, where we haven't gotten our country, how would we manage that country? So these are some of the things that bother me. And unfortunately, because the ethnic politics and the propaganda was played out so effectively, what used to be the original Biafra has been lost. And that is a Biafra that involved people from various ethnicities. Now people associate Biafra and IPOB with the Igbo people. So that in itself, that lack of unity that used to exist is a problem. And so I will always still be supportive of these young people. I will speak with them, and I've been invited to. And of course, I condemn in no uncertain terms the violence that has been used against them, including the violence that is constantly being used against Nnamdi Kanu, whose incarceration is unjust. I will condemn those things. There's no room for that. We've adopted a philosophy of aggression. Whenever you want something, you use aggression. And there were opportunities to dialogue with these young people, and that was not done. From the beginning, violence has been used against them, and it's still being used against them.
Quickly, because we are running out of time. I know you can spend your time with us, but I wanted to say, is there any message you want to pass on to people who are trying to find Biafra, a new Biafra, based on the experience of what happened during that time? Any message as a kid growing up in Biafra, what you went through? Is there anything that would be like a lesson for those who are thinking about the new Biafra?
Well, the old Biafra, there was a promise. And the promise was, if you try to do this, we'll use violence against you. And violence was used in ways that violence has never been used in Nigeria. So these young people need to prepare for that. When they come attacking you, don't say, oh, this is democracy, we can speak out and demand our rights. Yes, you do, but you also have undemocratic systems in place that are still being used, and one of them is aggression. So it's important to think through the consequences of your demands and maybe think about other ways of approaching your vision, your dreams, your demands, and also think about how can we now change the narrative so that young people everywhere, not just young people, not just Igbo people, understand that this is about all of us. This is about our repression, our oppression, our marginalization. This is about young people and conscientious people across the country. How can you bring them in? Because right now, isolating just any ethnic group, I don't think is helping. It's helping the vision or the process.
A friend of mine wrote a book called "We Are All Biafrans." When you hear something like that, is that what you are referring to?
I mean, we can use that. We can say we're all Biafrans, but if people choose to use a different designation, respect them. And when we say we're all Biafrans, where does the word Biafra come from? So you can say that if Biafra is symbolic of self-determination. You see, if people ask me, are you a Biafran? I say, I have the Biafran spirit in me. That's different from saying I'm a Biafran. I have the Biafran spirit in me means I have in me, or at least I embrace the Biafran spirit of creativity, of standing up for justice, of surviving, of speaking truth to power, of being strong. Those were all attributes of Biafra. And that's what I tell people all the time. I don't necessarily say I'm a Biafran. I did have a Biafran passport, and if you call me Biafran, I won't be offended. But more importantly, I prefer to be called a person who has the Biafran spirit in me, which I will always, always have, and nothing will stop me from having it.
You still have the passport?
No. It would have been nice, right?
Yes. Now, one last question from me. We get our people in. I know next time we will talk about your teaching experiences, and we're over 90 minutes and we've not talked to the people or waiting. But let me say, your father, towards the end of his life, what was his feeling about Nigeria and the role he played in the country's history?
My father believed when he joined the army, that he was there to participate in a key part of nation building, which is protecting the people, providing security. He was very disillusioned with the coups, and increasingly we became more corrupt. I'm sorry to say, more divided. He still had hope, but he was also very disappointed. And as at the time he passed on, I think he would have lived much longer. I think mentally he was completely, I don't know the word to use, he was completely deflated. And seeing all the things that were going on, abuse of power, mismanagement of resources, he remained hopeful, but that's all I can say. He remained hopeful, but he wasn't happy. He was really, really traumatized by not just his life, but what was happening nationally.
Did you reconnect with Ojukwu?
Before the war, during the war, they were always part of the same profession. I don't know that there was the personal friendship. Yes, he did connect, but when you say connect, I'm not sure on what levels. I think I think my mother's sister, for instance, was probably closer to Ojukwu than than my father, because ironically, my mother's sister had known him when they were young people. But he remained cordial, and he was part of the process of Ojukwu's eventual pardon. I know he visited him in the Ivory Coast and was instrumental in that process. So there were no ill feelings, and I would say, yes, they were connected, but I don't know the extent of intimacy that existed between them.
All right. Thank you so much. We will bring you back when your new book comes out. But in the meantime, let's get our people who have been waiting patiently. This is the longest I've talked to a guest before bringing them in. Oji, Mr. Oji, Dr. Oji, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. I hope my mic is on. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Nice to see you, Professor Effiong. I really don't know where to start. Because Dr. Damages is laughing because, he knows I was of that era. Okay, I'm probably a little older than you. Yeah, I was a class 3 student at Comprehensive School, Port Harcourt, when this was all happening. But even before I go, let me tell you that we hold our father, we hold his memory in the highest regard. Wherever that man is, he will be at peace. He was a great man. May God bless him. We will never forget him. On a second level, there's a lot between you and I. I'm from Arochukwu. I'm from our movie. From my house to Akwa I can walk 10 minutes in one direction. I am in Akwa State.
Yes.
So there's a lot between us. For example, look at my name. My Igbo name is Oko Obasi. Obasi is from, so there, just to say that there's just a lot between our peoples. And I know that there are so many people here, so I haven't come to give a lecture or say anything. Maybe at a good time, I will get to address and I will send you my copy of my own recollections about the war. First is last. I just released it last year. But I know that many people, almost everybody here probably may have the Biafran side or so, whatever. But I want to take a little bit of, am I lost?
No, you're here.
Okay, maybe then my screen just kind of went blank. Okay, but that's okay. So I can just keep talking so long as you guys.
We can see you, but now you are frozen.
Recently, former Nigeria Foreign Minister, Dr. Akiyemi, he said something on Arise TV, which had to do with how the British, wouldn't really, after the Indians, they wouldn't allow anybody to have independence unless they controlled those people. So that by the time Nigeria had independence, they didn't really hand over Nigeria to the Azikiwes, the Awolowos, or Okparas. They knew who they could control. So setting that up, please bear with me. Whatever we are doing now is what we will call Monday morning quarterbacking, so we can say. So my problem is I wanted to focus on this issue that Ojukwu had no alternative than to declare Biafra. We were all in support of Biafra. Please bear with me. I'm not trying to condemn Ojukwu. I'm only trying to play Monday morning quarterback. Today, if you look at what happens in the world, power speaks. Was there any way? In other words, I keep asking myself, what I know today, thinking back, didn't we have anybody who knew then what I know now? Because what I know now, if I were to use it to advise Ojukwu, secession was not an option. Whatever the Igbos could have gotten without the war could have been better than where we are now. So with that in mind, and again, just one more aspect of it before I stop, because I know I'm talking too long. One more aspect of it was this question that it wasn't an Igbo coup, and whatever IDB is saying now or so, I really don't care. But look at it this way. Suppose you were a Hausa man, and you woke up the morning of January 17th or 15th, the day following the coup. Aguirre's, no, what is his name? Tafawa Balewa was gone. Saduana was gone. There are two gods. And no Igbo man. What would you think? I'm not saying that made it an Igbo coup. I'm only just trying to play the devil's advocate. So thank you so much. If you can address those 2 points, the second one being this question of Igbo coup or no Igbo coup, and my previous point being whether Ojukwu, whether there was no other alternative.
That's right.
Because right now, I probably belong to those who think, maybe we couldn't have gone to war. We could have. I knew we were mistreated. I was a class 3 student then in government college, so I think I knew a little bit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. In hindsight, a lot of these things, make sense. And, General Ojukwu could have accepted appointment to be the governor of his central state. And the Aburi Accord was reneged, but not every section of it. So I spoke with this man before he died, Colonel Achuzie, and he told me that, if they had known, they would have gone with at least some aspects of the Aburi Accord. So absolutely, you're right. There is no doubt that may have been an option, and it probably would have, would have saved lives in hindsight. While I agree with you, I'm still not going to fault anyone, because as you're looking at people who were like in their early 30s, and how did they see the world? What did they really understand? So yes, that may have been a better option, and people like Nzogu, who was in Biafra, did not agree with it. And prior to my father arriving in the eastern region, they had spoken about secession and agreed that it was not going to be an option. So why it eventually became an option, I think, is a conversation that would take too long right now. But I am agreeing with you, especially with your knowledge and experience, Dr. Orji. The other thing about the Igbo coup, there's no doubt that was the impression. And if I was a Northerner, I may have reacted the same way. It's not only the prime minister and the Northern premier that were killed. Every top Northern officer was killed in that coup. 4 of them. Mai Malari, Pam, Lagema, and there's another name I'm not remembering. So absolutely, you're right. So when people say that, we can't fault them as human beings. I think most human beings would react the same way. Yeah. So that's my response. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. G. Let's go to Michael. Michael, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you so much for having me. Professor Philip, I'm glad to have you and see you on this platform. It's a pleasure meeting you. First of all, before I go further, I want to recognize yesterday was International Women's Day, and this month of March is Women. So we give grace to our mothers for what they've been doing.
Yes.
So, Professor Oji, I mean, it's a lot, and I know I wasn't in that part of Nigeria when they happened. I was in Lagos, but we can see the effect of what happened at that time. So there's no doubt about it, because every time we hear the plane flying, they tell us, turn off the light, hide under the bed. And you know, that time there was no bomb bunker in Nigeria at that time. You use your house as your bunker. So that's over. So my question to you is this, and looking back at the past of Nigerian disputes and contention and tribal conflict, when we look at that and we see this agitation coming from different parts of Nigeria, how, I know you've answered some of this question, how do we go forward to see how we can unite as a nation? I know the fragmentation of Nigeria has been created by the outsiders. I don't want to name them. They know what they did. They know what they did just to make sure when we are sleeping, fighting, they'll be digging the resources. That's what their main target and goal. When you guys are sleeping, fighting each other, we're going to be taking your. So that was their main.
That's right.
But yes, but now we come to this point, because as old I am, I hope that Nigeria will become a nation where my children born here can go back or look forward to it and say, yes, I want to go back to my father country and contribute. But I don't see it happening because of the political situation. And all I'm hearing is this agitation from people because people are being marginalized because of who they belong to, that tribe, because Yoruba nation. And I told them, I said, before you guys asking a clamor from Yoruba nation, what are your target unity among yourself first?
Yes.
You have to unify yourself with a force in order to say, I want to be on my own. Because at the end of the day, you become state, you get the nation. The Ijabu will say, why are you Ijabuma? The Jeshama will say, oh, I want. So you need to have a what we call a fundamental, a concrete point where the unity can stay. Because I see too among the Igbo that are not saying Igbo this, and I find this fragmentation is a dispute, is creating. Okay, how do you get over it? So that's my question to you, and please just explain further to that, and then let's see how. Because to me, when I come to this one, Dr. I always want solution, rather than going back to the history. We already know the history. Moving forward, we need solution. And to us, tomorrow, our children will play back this section we're creating now, and they will say, "Oh, somebody say this idea. So why can't we work on it?" So that's my question, Professor Philip. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let me state that the review at the back of my book, the 2 reviews are by Yoruba people, which says a lot. This is a story. I belong to a group called the Fatherland Group, and we believe that what people want more than anything else is autonomy. And we look at the example of Britain, where Scotland is under Britain, Ireland is under Britain, but they have their autonomy. I think that for me, that would work better than just completely fragmenting. Because if you fragment, like you said, there are Igbo people from Abriba that may have problems with people from Mbise. There are Efik people who may have problems with the Bibio people. So the fragmentation may not work, but I think if there's a system in place, there's no reason why the oil resources from my land has to be controlled by someone who doesn't know anything about my people, or knows nothing about, or cares nothing about us. I think that's what we're agitating for. A lot of us anyway. There's no reason why a child in Port Harcourt or in Okrika should be sitting on the floor in their classroom. So I'm in agreement with you that if you fragment, you'll have to keep on fragmenting until maybe we'll exist independently as individuals, because you will always find disagreements within groups, even those that appear to come from the same ethnic group. Like you've mentioned, the Yoruba, it's the same across. So I agree with the fact that maybe not complete separation, but a means of establishing greater autonomy for people so that we can be in control of our destiny, our environment, our resources. I don't need someone from Zaria doing that for me. I think, that's how I look at this. I remember these are my opinions, so I expect people to be in disagreement. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michael. Let's go to Chim. Chim, you are next. Welcome.
Thank you, Rudolph. Beautiful one you've accomplished today. Another feather to your cap for bringing Professor Effiong here. And Prof, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance virtually.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you very much for the very balanced perspective you've given us this afternoon. I've read several books about the Nigerian Civil War, from Elechi Amadi's Sunset at Dawn. That was practically my very first book about Biafra. Then I read Frederick Forsyth. And once people accused Frederick of being a bit biased because he was friends with Ojukwu and all that. Yeah. But the question I want to ask you is on the issue of the component of Biafra. So when this whole, killings happened in the north, I know the Igbos are the dominant group in what constituted the old Biafra. I get it. But when people talk about, they don't say Eastern region. We keep hearing the word Igbos. But I know that there were Ibibios like you and your father and other Ibibios and, Anangs, Efiks, even the Ikweres, people who were all north, who were being killed. So I want to have a sense, in that Biafra, was there a feeling that the Igbos were too domineering? And as a result, perhaps the other ethnic groups in one way or the other, sabotaged the process and all that? Or was there that real harmony? And whatever splinters we're experiencing today is just a function of the after effects of having lost the war and people, taking advantage of the people who, quote and unquote, have been conquered.
Yeah, thank you very much. In the North, you're absolutely right. The massacre by Northerners, they didn't know who was Igbo. If you were from the East, they just called you, was it Nyamiri or whatever? About a third of the people killed were not Igbos, actually. And if you look at the coup itself, among the military officers, there were people like Major Isong, Major Ekanem, who were killed. And of course, Effiong would have been one of them. What eventually happened, the creation of states was the first step towards marginalizing Igbos and saying, these people have been controlling you, but here's your own state. Now you can be autonomous, which never happened, because coming from whether it's Southeastern or Akwa Ibom state, I'm not in control. I'm not autonomous. Someone else is running the affairs of my state, and it's even with elections. We know that someone outside of Akwa Ibom can decide on any given day who's going to be the governor, not the people themselves. But as the war progressed, this propaganda that demonized Igbos was carried on through the war. Because as non-Igbo areas were captured, the tendency was for the people to survive by submitting to the Nigerian side. And then they were described as traitors, or what they used to call Sabo during the war. And so if Biafra recaptured those areas, they went after the Sabo, which were non-Igbos, and that just aggravated the conflict between non-Igbos and Igbos. And even my father's younger brother, Etim Effiong, who fought for Biafra, at some point a vigilante group stopped him and some Biafran soldiers as they escaped from Ikot to Umuahia. And because he didn't speak Igbo, he was almost killed. But they convinced the vigilante group that this is Effiong's brother. That's why his life was saved. So it's a situation that started before the war. The propaganda was fierce. It carried on into the war. And I'm trying to summarize this because it's a lot deeper, but it remains with us to this day. Like Dr. Oji has said, you had arrows, the Arrow people, you're even talking about crossing a few miles. The Arrows were a part of my state. They were not just people who came in from outside. If you look at Igbo people, you have Igbo society. You have Igbo society among our people. You have names like Abasi. That's the history. But the history and what obtains today are completely different, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Let's go to the next person, and that will be Ike. Ike, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Damages. Good afternoon, Prof. Happy to see you and happy for you to be in our midst today.
Okay.
First of all, I want to pay my respect to your dad.
Okay.
May his gentle soul continue to rest in peace. For me, it's only appreciation that I've come to be part of this platform today to thank you and your family for the sacrifices you make, your dad made, and your family as a whole. For we, the Biafrans, in the days of the war, and even after the war. And also to thank you for speaking truth to power, based on your own experience. Just want to thank you for everything, for what your dad did for every Biafran. We can't bring him back, but I know that wherever he is, every living Biafran is grateful, and we'll continue to remember him for the sacrifices he has made for every one of us that are still living and those that are passed on. Based on what you have been saying and your own experience, my only question is concerning the 3R: reconstruction, rehabilitation. Is it reconstruction, rehabilitation, and
reintegration?
Reintegration. Based on your experience, and based on the present day Nigeria we call our country, what is your opinion? Have the 3R, have we gotten anything closer to that 3R presently as the Nigeria, the country we are called today? Where do you think that 3R is up to today?
I personally, I've never experienced it. I don't know if anybody else experienced it. You know, you had bank accounts that our people had before the war in different parts of Nigeria. You never got that money back. We were given 20 pounds to survive after the war. The 20 pounds many people didn't get. You know about the abandoned property initiative. People lost property, lost businesses. I've not felt it. Maybe some people have. I know what happened to my father. I've mentioned it during the earlier conversations, how he had to struggle, and along with my mother, and up until when my mother passed last year. You know, it was nothing but a struggle, and it's just miracles, God's grace and determination that has brought us where we are. I'm not just talking about my family, but people who were part of the Biafra experience. Eventually, you had to rebuild your lives on your own. You had to reinvent yourselves. You had to find a way to establish businesses, to re-educate yourselves. It was a long, hard journey, but it was not through the 3Rs that you accomplish that. And I think one of the lessons there is that in the end, you should not rely on anybody else, especially people who don't like you, to help you rebuild your lives. We did it on our own. It started during the war. There was a lot of independence that was created among Biafran peoples when it came to survival during the war. And like you know, people went back to traditional ways of doing things to survive. It wasn't the 3Rs, I'm sorry to say. To this day, I know that as long as my name is Philip Effiong, I will not be engaged in any way in Nigeria that would give me a degree of political or economic power. People have even told me, use your middle name. And for that reason, I've decided to keep this name, just to make a point that you will not hold me back. And so I'm not dependent on the 3Rs. And I don't think you, Mr. Alamefula, I don't think you were dependent on it. I don't think your family or your community was dependent on it. Unless I think that's the mindset I want to be in, not to rely on other people, especially people who I don't believe appreciate me or appreciate you or appreciate us. So no, to the 3Rs, maybe someone else had a different experience, but I don't trust it. I don't care about it, and it's not a part of my life.
Going forward, sir, sorry, Dr. Damages, healing, going forward from your own experience, what do you think healing and reconciliation will look like in Nigeria based on what we saw in South Africa? What your own experience? What do you think? Because we are talking about going forward. How do you think reconciliation, healing, forgiveness, and let go, which is the barometer would be the best for Nigeria as a country?
Absolutely. First of all, from our end, we've forgiven. You know, if you look at, say, what's happening in the Middle Belt, we're not the ones killing people there. If you look at northern Nigeria, we're not Boko Haram. We've forgiven, but we have a right to feel pain and to be angry. But I think we've forgiven. You know, to achieve reconciliation, first of all, you have to acknowledge the harm that you committed. Nigeria has never done that. You have to create trust. Trust was never created when you look at programs like abandoned property. And we're supposed to be collectively involved in developing Nigeria, but for the most part, we've been excluded. You know, we don't enjoy political power. It's the progeny of the winners of the war that have ruled Nigeria, and for the most part, they've excluded us, even though we have a few people in elite positions. There was never an attempt to counsel people who suffered the war, no treatment programs, and no education. If anything else, we've tried to prevent people from knowing about this history because we don't want to accept the evil that we did. And so we've eliminated this subject from our school curriculum. So until all of these are achieved, there can't be true reconciliation, I don't think. The Oputa panel was set up 1999, 2002, a report was given to Obasanjo. What did he do with the report? I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Ike. And let's go to Okija. Now, Okija, you're next.
Professor Effiong, thank you for coming. I appreciate what you have said today a lot. And to be honest with you, I was born years after the Civil War, but somehow, you know, I've been I had a lot of conversation with you know, older people, and somehow I have the trauma because certain things they told me, you know, sometimes in my life you know, they come. I remember, you know, when you were talking about, you know, being airlifted, you know, there was like a grand cousin, you know, my mother's cousin that was airlifted, and because due to, you know, Kwashoko, and eventually after the war, they were still looking for her to bring her back from Gabon, whatever. And someone that was helping with the operation died in 1979. Road accident, you know, in the process trying to get, you know, the girl back, and they stopped, you know. And then there were so many issues. You know, I remember, you know, I saw some grave, you know, in my community, and I asked who died. They said that, oh no, he died during the war. I said, they brought back his body. They said no. They said they had to, you know, they've had to figure out where he died, and then they had to use palm frond, go there, you know, put it on the ground, then bring back and bury it, you know, the palm frond. So a lot of, you know, trauma, you know, they talk about, I remember I was talking, these people, they were older people, they were trying to catch this thing that looked like a rat. So I was like, you know, why would you eat this? They said, no, this is not rat. And then they started laughing at me. I was like, you know, why are you laughing at me? They said, oh, they ate was this, and they didn't know that this rat would still be in Igbo land after the war, because they said they ate everything. So I mean, just to picture me eating lizard, I just can't imagine me eating lizard. But these people ate. They said they ate all the lizard. There was no more lizard. And you know, that's, you know, things with my question. How do you saw these things? I didn't see it, but I just watching the video. Yeah, you know, your father. How do you deal with the trauma you yourself when you saw this? You know, and you mentioned something about you know, no help for people to go through, you know, emotional healing, you know, psychological healing. How do you deal with it, you know, as someone who saw these things, and then with your father, you know, you remember, you know, like a man, he was, I'm not going to say that, I'm not going to, he was a proud person, but I'm not going to say, kind of somehow broken by what happened in Biafra, you know. How do you, you know, deal with all these things yourself? And also, sorry, you know, second question. Who gave him the name, the last Biafran soldier? I think, you know, it was called Last Biafran Soldier. Did he take the name, you know, like he was the last Biafran soldier?
Okay. The last Biafran soldier. I don't know. I'm just hearing that actually. But the one thing I can tell you is that my father never apologized or regrets his role in Biafra, because it was all about self. It was all about protect. It was a trained military officer. So when the enemy came with their bombs and guns, he had a responsibility to protect the people, especially civilians. I don't know if he was the last Biafran soldier, because there were many that were there with him. As far as trauma, yes, it's transgenerational. Even if you were not born, then you will feel the trauma, whether you like it or not. As far as surviving the trauma, what has helped me the most is writing. You've got to let it out. And I appreciate what Rudolph has done today, because these conversations also helped me. The other thing is community. We never really had access to facilities. You know, in America, you hear about healthcare, counseling. What we had was community. And we had a strong sense of community. I hope it still exists. And through community, we encouraged and supported one another. But the trauma will never go away. It can only be handled. And that's what I do with that trauma. I handle it, but the images are still there. And the pains, not just of the war, people forget post-war, that the pains are just as much. And sometimes people suffer more post-war. The war lasted 2.5 years. The post-war is still with us today. But it's really the ability to communicate, to write, and community. And the encouragement. You know, when you come out and say, your father, we appreciate him, I look back and say, it was not all in vain. That is also a source of strength for me. And it is ironic that a lot of times the appreciation for my father comes not from necessarily his ethnic group, but from outside of his ethnic group. What does that tell us? It tells us that ethnicity is important, but what's most important to people is when you're treated with dignity. And when your lives are treated as sacred, then you appreciate the person who treats you like that, regardless of ethnic origins or identity.
All right, thank you, Okija. Let's go to the next person. I think it's Jefferson. Jefferson, you are next.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. Philip Effiong in the flesh, Jr. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. It's also a pleasure to be associated to know you, that you are the son of Philip Effiong, who fought side by side with Ojukwu. I will reiterate again that may his soul rest in perfect peace.
Thank you.
You know, I'm happy that you are actually here and explaining things to people. You know, I had experience going to QIT one time, and I noticed the name similarities between people in the South. That's the people from Akwa Ibom, the names. I noticed some Igbo relationship between our culture and that of the Southeast. Sometimes I even confront people who are from your state, Akwa Ibom, and they will tell you, oh, they are not associated with us, all because of misunderstanding. At a point, even people from Rivers State and Bayelsa, they will feel that, oh, they have nothing to do with the Southeast. We don't have anything. That when they did the Biafra thing, that they just forced us in. And I'm like, wow. Even me, I never understood that Biafra was beyond Igbo until recently. I started doing my own personal research, and I'm proud I did it. You know, before our very eyes, I can remember even on this platform, people will say there's no relationship with the Southeast and some South states. What do you mean? Are you trying to force people inside and all of that? But now the truth is evolving by itself. Even people, because it has been discovered now that even from those states, that people are actually finding out that their fathers lied to them. Fathers lied. Yes, fathers lied to them, literally, just because of morsel of bread.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate. It's extremely unfortunate. So I want to just move to some very critical questions. We all know how the state of the country is. Sorry, Rudolph, I'll soon be done.
Yeah, just make it one, please, so that we can get to other people.
Don't worry, I'll make it a very big jumbo pack of a question. I'll ask it and put it together. So, what is your take regarding the current state of the Nigerian situation, considering in fact that up till now we have still not recovered from the trauma, and some people feel that the Igbos can never have any political relevance, even the South in the Nigerian state? What is your take? Because why I'm asking these questions, because even on this commentary just now, just look at the commentary, you see that people are still acting immature. and still we are still exchanging this banter, which is to say we didn't learn anything. And also, what is your take regarding the statement that Babangida made? Because it was obvious that when he made those statements regarding that it was not an Igbo coup, yet some people are still living in denial, but the truth has actually been left out. So I want you to expatiate on what your take is regarding the state of the union, and what will it do for we within the Biafra, let me say the eastern region, for us to recover and have a progressive front. I want to stop there for now because of the question situation. All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think the question of Igbo coup, I think we already talked about that quite extensively. Yeah, you know, there may be that impression initially, and we can't deny that. But the truth is that it wasn't. But you know, so I'll just move on to the whole thing about the union, and you know, I don't think Igbo people care that much about relying on government for anything. I think Igbo people have gone past that. Igbo people have a right to to benefit from governance as citizens of that country, as tax-paying citizens. But I think Igbo people also have a level of autonomy, which basically means whether you give it to us or not, whether you recognize us or not, we are going to move forward and develop, which has happened. You can't talk about the arts, music, science, healthcare, sports without seeing the tremendous achievements of Igbos, and I should add other Easterners who were victims of that conflict. As far as whether Igbo person will become president and all of that, you know, you mentioned the disunity, which we mentioned before, across the former Eastern region. It's there. And I've seen people even from my state who said they will absolutely not vote for an Igbo person, you know, because of what we've already talked about. And yet, you know, I don't know if any of you traveled to the Calabar, passed through Margaret Ekpo airport. Margaret Ekpo, where is she from? She's an Igbo woman. She's an Igbo woman. I've talked about the uprising in 1929. You know, my father was born in Aba. His father could speak quite a bit of Igbo. You know, all these things we need to, you said, how do we get back to recovering that sense of harmony, education? I'm not talking of classroom education. I'm talking of knowledge, which may have to be achieved outside of the classroom. But I have Igbo cousins. You know, my cousins are from Amobia. You know, and that's who we really are. All this fragmentation is not who we are. And when you mention parents lying to their children, absolutely, just to reinforce the fact that these are not our people, they are enemies. But how low can you get, and what is that doing for us? Our disunity is part of our problem. Our self-hatred. Who's taking advantage? We talk about the Fulani. When you compare the Fulani, I'm not dismissing them. When you look at their achievements, their resourcefulness, can they compare with us? Are they better than us? So how come they continue to rule over us? That's a question for everybody to answer.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Jefferson.
Thank you so much. Oh, you're welcome.
All right. So the next person is Bob Chisco. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. Prof, I say you're highly welcome to the show. In fact, I have keenly listened to you like I was in the classroom. You are a true son of your father, a chief from an old block. Your dad forever remains a hero in the annals of Biafran history. It's unfortunate that today history has been removed from the curriculum of Nigerian secondary school education. God knows what the government is hiding, that the people should not know what happened and what led to what happened. To me, Nigeria is the way it is today because since after the war, no successive government had deemed it fit to designate, even if it's just a day, to talk about the war and apologize to the Igbos about the needless invasion of our land. My question goes this way. Wouldn't you think that today, Gowon, seeing how the country he fought so hard to keep as one, had degenerated worse than he so desired? If your answer is in the affirmative, wouldn't you think Gowon should have been bold enough to apologize to the Igbos and Nigeria at large about the war? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's part of the process of healing. I don't know if you watched the Truth, what was it, the Truth Commission in South Africa. De Klerk came out and said he didn't know what was happening, during apartheid. He didn't know all the killings and the tortures. That's not going to create healing. And I watched a little bit of the Oputa panel, but I didn't care about a lot of it, because you had people coming and justifying their actions during the war. I don't think they're going to apologize. It's too much pride to apologize. And for you to come out and say, I was part of a campaign that lasted 2.5 years and took the lives of about 2 million or more innocent people, mostly children. It takes a certain kind of individual to do that. But it would actually lead to, it would be refreshing. And I think it would be a good step towards healing. It's not going to happen. And for the most part, Gowon is silent on what's happening in his area right now for good reason. He can't talk about what's happening in the Middle Belt without talking about the war. So I think that's why he's avoiding that conversation, because he has to admit that one, Nigeria was not the real goal. We failed and we destroyed too much during that period, both property and lives. So yes, to your question, yes, healing, apologies and accepting that you caused harm would go a long way in bringing about healing, but I don't expect it and I'm not relying on it. As a matter of fact, let me just say that me personally, and I'm not speaking for all Nigerians, I'm not putting my fate, my destiny in the hands of Nigeria. From when I was a teenager, I gave up. I'm sorry to say, I'm not giving up on Nigeria or Nigerians. I'm giving up on giving my fate, putting my fate, my destiny in the hands of Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Let's go to Omori. You're next. Prof, we're about to round up. I have one more person. I know this has lasted longer than we agreed. Go ahead, Comrade Omori.
Yeah, good afternoon, Prof. Good to have you. Last time we met was in Sugarland, somewhere in Texas, close to Houston.
Oh, okay.
And I was the one that picked you from the airport to the venue.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah.
Good to see you again, man.
Good to see you.
It's always a pleasure having you. One of the things you hammered on that, my takeaway from your lecture on that day was the need for us to close ranks and build the unity among the people. But considering what is going on, something happened recently. Babangida came up with his lies in form of a book launch, and people were donating billions of naira, and they were applauding him for his evil and crime against humanity. And after the launch, I want to assume that we, the victims of their crime, were busy fighting among ourselves. Do you think we have learned anything from the mistake that were made that led to the Civil War and the first coup and the counter coup and all that? Instead of we the people, for example, I'm from somewhere in Nigeria. I see myself as a victim of a war I was never part and parcel of. I didn't know what happened during the war. I have a guy here that was very close to me. We were very close. Sometimes I go there to repair, just to while away time, hang out with them. Because of something, a role that was played by somebody from my ethnic group, who does not even know whether I exist or not, he sees me as as an enemy. Do you think our healing, our healing and genuine reconciliation can come from people who profiteer from our disunity, because the tactics is divide and rule brought by the colonial, by the colonialists, and take it to another, consolidated by our oppressors. Do you think genuine reconciliation and healing can come from those that profiteer from our disunity? They want to divide us. They want to do everything to divide us. And is it a good thing for us to be fighting among us instead of learning from the mistakes of the past and closing ranks so that we will not make another mistake among us? I see all of us as victims of a war we're never part of.
No.
So my another question is, after the war, after the war, Ojukwu was already in charge. I mean, before the war, he was already in charge of the eastern region. Do you think it was necessary for Ojukwu? Do you think it would be better for Ojukwu to, defend his eastern territory instead of heading to Lagos? Do you think that was an error? Crossing Edo towards, or even advancing towards Ogun State, if not for the compromise along the line? Do you think that was a mistake? Instead of blowing up the Niger Bridge and thinking of defending the eastern territory? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot of questions. My first response is we can't rely on people who have sought to divide us to bring about a restoration. No, we can't. I've talked about disunity. We need to go through a process of renewed education and practical education to regain what we had in terms of unity and harmony. And we have a lot more in common across the eastern, or what used to be the eastern region, than differences. When you talk about, someone doing something from your ethnic group and it's being held against everybody from your ethnic group, I understand that, because in Uwemakwan's book, New York, My Village, he talks about atrocities committed in Biafra in non-Igbo areas by Biafrans. But you can't fault Biafra or all Igbos for those atrocities, because those were not a part of the Biafran policy. Those were individuals who were just simply criminal. And let's remember that before wars, people are criminal. Wars give criminals the audacity to do things that they might have found difficult doing during peace times, because wars endorse and normalize violence and aggression. So, in my response to when I would tell him, yes, these atrocities were committed by some Igbo soldiers, but we can't hold all Igbo people responsible because of that, or the entire Biafran nation. Yeah, so that would be my response to you. The lack of harmony amongst our people. It's the vicious result of ethnic politics, which has been played over the years. You look at the leadership of Biafra, second in command, one of the generals, General Okon, who was not Igbo. One of the most successful field commanders, Colonel Achibong, was not Igbo. The secretary to the Biafran government, Enyo Akpan, was not Igbo. Mr. Kobara, who played a fundamental diplomatic role, was not Igbo. I mean, we can talk about what the original structure was, as opposed to what we have today, which is a lot of disunity.
All right, thank you, Amori. Let's hear from Ed. Ed, you are next, and then one more.
All right, thank you so much, Rudolph. And let me say another thank you to you, Rudolph, because I know, was it last 2 weeks we had a chat and I suggested you bring him on. I know you probably had it in mind before, but the speed at which you did it was great. So, Professor Effiong, it's great to see you. I actually was trying to learn more about your father's role during the war, right? So, and whenever I searched him on Google, your picture actually comes out, and I was like, "Is this the same person?" So I kind of made the connections because I looked at your work, and most of your work was on being a child during the Biafra War. So thank you so much, and by extension, we all want to thank your father through you for the great role he played during that very crucial time in Nigeria's history. my question goes like this. You are out in quotes, say you're a non-Igbo Biafra. And what we see actually is that a lot of the issues that the Igbo people have today are issues that also confront most of us from the southern parts of the country, especially those of us from the south, and maybe, which you're part of too. And even in this small platform, we see a lot of a flux in terms of different ideas on how to approach this thing. Some people are just a bit some people are not very comfortable with the Biafra way of doing it. I personally am very open to federalism or regionalism. I don't really mind that. But my question is, how do we harmonize these different sort of ideologies, because it's the same issues that we have. For example, the Igbo man complains about not being able to have that ease of business in terms of having a port close to them. But what the Igbo man's complaint is really about is that Calabar needs a seaport. It's not even an Igbo. It's not even an Igbo question, right? In the same way, I'm a Southerner. The last time we had, the last and the only time we had a president, Goodluck, part of the old propaganda I was bullied out with was that he's an Igbo president. So the issues that affects the Igbo people also affects me as a Southerner. So how do you think, and this is not just for the people who have the Biafra cause, how do you think these groups of people who have the same issues will be able to have a consensus on how to do it while still respecting each other's, identity, each other's autonomy? And the second question, this is a bit academic. I know your dad was a general during the Biafran War, so I just wanted to know in a little bit, how did he go back to what was there a process of reabsorption into the Nigerian army for most of those people? And what was the process? What was going through his mind being maybe an ethic leader of the Biafran cause for those few days and being confronted with, do I want to surrender or do I want to just keep this thing going? Like, what was the frame of his mind then?
It's a lot, but I'll try. I think the first question, how do we respect each other in spite of our differences, and they may be ideological or ethnic or religious. The respect would come from the fact that we are all equally victims and we're fighting for the same thing. It doesn't matter that we're using different pathways to get there, and we just need to respect that. And the fact, you've mentioned the Calabar port, you can say the same thing about the port in
Warri.
Warri, Port Harcourt. The moment we come to that realization and we accept that we're in this together, it's the same problem, but we're using different labels and different pathways to get there. That is one thing that would really help us, as opposed to dismissing completely the ideas of someone else. Our problem right now is that there's a strong center that controls everything, including our lives and our resources, and we need to dismantle that power structure. And it doesn't matter whether I call myself Biafran or whether I call myself anything else. It's the same problem that we are encountering. And if we can have a degree of greater regional autonomy where we have in our hands the control of our destinies in our hands, I think that would really help. So those differences bother me as much as they bother you. And for me, they're holding us back. Because as long as you remain divided in any situation where there's dictatorial control, disunity becomes a major weapon. It happened in South Africa, it's happened in many other places, and it's happening with us, even if we may not recognize it. The moment we put aside those differences and we can believe in collaborating as people who are pursuing the same thing, even if it's through different ways, that would be a major, it would be a major success story, I think, on several levels. We would achieve more than we're achieving now, which is nothing. I'm trying to remember. Oh, the other question about you referred to my father.
Your father's state of mind.
Yeah, it was an Ibibio, not Efik. We're closely related.
Okay.
Ibibio General. After the war, I think we had mentioned this in my previous conversation with Rudolph. He was not. Some people were reabsorbed, but they reabsorbed them, but started them from their pre-war ranks. So someone like Ukiwe had to go to his pre-war rank, and a number of other people who fought in Biafra. People like my father were mostly dismissed, some with benefits. My father had nothing. He did not, until he died in 2003 from the end of the war. He really didn't have a means of livelihood. But as far as identity, being an Ibibio officer in Biafra, it was really of no consequence, because Biafra was not really that divided along ethnic lines until maybe later on.
Okay.
All right. Thank you,
Thank
Ed.
you so much.
Let's go to the last question from KJ. KJ, go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Rudolph, thank you so much for allowing me to contribute to this great man. Prof, I just want to come and thank you. If I didn't thank you, my father will wake up from the grave and come and slap me. I'm serious. On behalf of my parents, my uncles who fought in the war, my community, I want to thank you for your father's contribution and stand. I listened to you, and I've been listening from back. I wasn't going to be on this platform today, but when I saw how you started, and I just wanted to come in and say thank you so much. We appreciate what he did. We appreciate his stand. You see, what your dad showed is that is the reason why majority, I will not want to call them, but majority of Nigerians don't like us, because we have that boldness to stand our ground and stand for what we believe and speak the truth to power. There are very few people who do that. Some of them cower away when they have to speak to the authority what is right. But he stood to the end. And I want to say, earlier on someone was saying what could have been done differently. These questions that I posed to my uncles who were members of the Biafran War, and some of them were colonels and all that, and they said, look, at that point, there was very few things that what's his name now, General Ojukwu could have done, because like my dad said, tons and tons of dead bodies were being brought from the north in the train. They just brought, some had headed to Enugu, some head past Enugu, and all that. Trailers were being loaded. So at that point, even they met and said, you should go to war. I mean, let us divide. So it wasn't maybe there was something they didn't do. They did what they could have done at the age that if I was there, I would have done the same thing. So I want to thank you and appreciate what your dad did, General Effiong. It is one picture that I have always had in my mind, your father's picture, and that of Ojukwu and the Chukwuemeka. And we appreciate what he did, even though lives were lost. I hope that Nigerians, we as a nation remaining behind, can learn. Because if we don't learn, just like your dad said, and that statement he made haunts me all the time when I see what's going on. He said, if you do not address that system, the thing that happened before, the people will rise and they will still do it again. So I wish that somebody can listen and go back to those tapes and take that advice and act quickly. Thank you so much for coming. God bless you, sir.
All right. Thank you, KJ. And on that note, we want to thank Professor Effiong for staying with us. I saw many questions on the comment section. I did not ignore them. The reason why I basically wouldn't repeat them is that he answered those questions in my conversation with him. So you can go back and watch the interview from the beginning. I know most people joined us late, so the questions have been answered. There's no need to repeat them. I'll give you a chance, Professor Effiong, to give us a final thought. And I plead that when your next book comes out, you come back and we'll have a wider conversation, because I want to talk about teaching in America, and which is something I'm interested in. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the kind words. I appreciate you having me here. Just remember that these are my views, and I'm human, so I'll probably err, and I'll probably change some of these views. Let me just say this really quickly. I'm not appreciated in America as I would be in Nigeria as an educator. And people should be aware that many of us here are actually seeking ways to come back. I've applied to the University of Abuja. I even went there and visited them. They never responded to me. I've applied to the American University in Adamawa State. I've done those things, and many of us are doing those things because many of us, our hearts are with our people. I would be much more appreciated by my people. I'm not saying I'm not having a good experience here, but it would be much more fulfilling. So, but recognize the fact that if you don't respond to me, if you don't give it to me, I'll look for it somewhere else. So let's bear that in mind, that people are not just running away and teaching in other places because they want to abandon Nigeria. The other thing I want to also say, someone had mentioned this, and this is Women's History Month. I think one of the mistakes I feel I've made today is not acknowledge women as I should have. That war, the contributions of women are phenomenal. Women handled the healthcare section, the refugee situation, which was fundamental to saving human lives. I was among some IPOB members once, and I asked them about Mrs. Njideka Ojukwu, the woman that was there with him during the war, was married to him. They didn't even know who I was talking about. She suffered with him. She helped to sustain and keep his family together. Otherwise, it would have been fractured. She participated in humanitarian services. Why are we not talking about women like that? Why were we not talking about women who participated in after attack? You know, I'm not faulting this group. I'm not faulting Rudolph. I'm actually faulting myself, because one way or the other, I could have instigated conversations more about women. I hope next time there'll be that opportunity. But thank you so much for having me. This is a story that we have to keep alive, because we must memorialize our people, and we cannot afford to, create this impression that their lives were lost in vain. They were not lost in vain. And so we must continue to celebrate them and acknowledge the fact that these were people who unjustly were wasted, at least on the side of on the Nigerian side, but to us, they were not wasted lives, and we'll continue to celebrate them and remember them. Thank you for having me here today, and I appreciate the conversations, the questions, and all the kind things you've said. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. And we appreciate you. Let's take a break. When we come back, we do feedback on the briefing on what we saw, and KJ will help with that. Thank you so much, and I appreciate everybody.
Are we away, or are we?
We're done. We're done.
Yeah, I'm
67, Biafra declared independence from Nigeria, sparking a brutal civil war. But despite its struggle, no major world power officially backed Biafra. Why? First, Britain supported Nigeria. As Nigeria's former colonial ruler, Britain had economic and strategic interests, especially in oil-rich regions controlled by the Nigerian government. They supplied weapons, intelligence, and diplomatic backing to Lagos. Next, the Soviet Union and the United States both favored Nigeria. The Cold War was raging, but neither superpower wanted to risk their global influence over Biafra. The Soviets sent arms to Nigeria, while the U.S. maintained neutrality but refused to recognize Biafra. Even African nations turned their backs. The Organization of African Unity, OAU, saw Biafra's secession as a threat to African unity, fearing it could inspire other separatist movements. Only a few, like Tanzania, Gabon, and Ivory Coast, recognized Biafra Biafra. Biafra's only real support came through humanitarian aid and secret arms deals. France, Portugal, and Israel quietly sent weapons, but it wasn't enough to turn the tide. Meanwhile, Biafrans relied on foreign charities like the Red Cross for food and medicine. By January 1970, after years of starvation and war, Biafra was forced to surrender. Without strong international backing, its dream of independence was crushed.
Chukuna malugo yo biadiocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo Nuche chukwa busia ifegemeo Ni fosolo ni asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya mebi vesolia Mano agaranya mua Oboye afyozie ni pakwa Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Oboye chikubezio lisa Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili wakema kodili wanima Naino kwane we beluge beluo Kodili ma kodili bemo Kodili kemo kodili heyo Ibedwe me wanem Nikadiezi bohimo
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio. Max, if you bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni piazugo. Mama olaga do ni piazugo. Akwa wilo chiyo biko rapuzo kona bazia. When your master because Abama water the sorry. If you want to go na Ulagado ni piazigo Ulagado ni piazigo Abama wilo chino Bigarafu sorry Mazi wekoma Odogu na kwere zineka Onyoma niga
Okay, while we try to sort things out, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you. You have already followed, we have all followed the discussion so far. It's been very interesting. Now it's time for feedback. One is sitting in to bring up the feedback. So we go from here. Yes, sir. So who do we go to first?
Yeah, please, can I have 1 minute just to say just 1 minute to be enough for me?
Okay, Mr. Omoye.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah, please. Amorui, I don't know if Mr. Chim is still here. We had an encounter the other time. My attention was called to what he said. He said there was something he said. He wasn't too comfortable with it. I think he got me wrong. I think I was quoted out of context. I didn't. It wasn't personal, so I had no reason to attack or to insult Mr. Chim. Chim is one of the people here. I respect his opinion. It doesn't mean we cannot disagree. We can disagree, but then I respect him so much. I never intended to insult you, and wasn't directing my. If I was any word I used that wasn't too palatable, it wasn't directed at you. It was directed at the oppressors, Babangida and his cohort. So if you feel I was insulting you, I never intended to do so. I wasn't talking to you. So before I came back to the show, you were already gone. So I want to use the opportunity to say, Chim, you're my brother, and the issue at stake wasn't personal, and I had no intention whatsoever to insult your personality.
Let's move on. Thank you. Mr. Is that what you have to say? What about the interview? Do you have something to say about the interview? If you have, you can go ahead, so we don't have to come back to.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was a very educative one, and somebody have he's a detribalized human being. I've listened to him on a series of occasions. I think he's a very it's always a delight hearing from him. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ike.
Yeah, you see that when I spoke, I was only showing appreciation to his family, the father, for the sacrifices he made for during the painful season. So everything he said, I do completely agree with him, and also we keep learning every day, and no single day is a wasted day in learning. So I think I was good with everything that happened. Right, I felt emotional, but at the end of the day, I think it was a very good conversation. It was a very good topic, and it was open-minded, and it welcomes ideas, and more especially when one of the first person who's a professor, somebody Ojukwu, so something like that, I think so. He has his own opinion, but at the end of the day, we cannot turn back the hands of claw,
Yeah, Mr. Oji's question is what okay, Dr. Oji is I find it a little bit ridiculous when I say that. I say that because some people come and ask you, shouldn't there have been any other way? And I want to say this, put it on record. It didn't start like 1 month and then these things happened. It took over 6 months before the declaration of Biafra. And the declaration of Biafra didn't start. The Igbo didn't start and go to war because there was nothing to fight with. So it wasn't like there was anything that they were putting behind. Look, I can recall what I have uncles who took part in the war. I have those who are working in government, and the thing they tell you that, I have a railway station in my community, and Chim will know that if Chim is here. It's called the Ozuakolo railway station. Bodies coming from the north of Igbos and other members of the East Central State We are coming back. Okay? Loads and loads of dead bodies coming back. Who will be in authority and not say, you know what, enough of this? Everybody come back. So when they say that they don't put into account the different era or the times that this was happening, there was no telephone. Okay, the telephone system was just privileged. Very few have privilege to be able to own one, and the communication was not as it is today. So getting information across, you have to either travel there, or be one of the privileged people to use what they call those days wire. Anyway, I just want to put that in context so you can go ahead and make your.
Yeah, I know. Like what you said I am in the same line with you, right? Because now people will always say, was it war was the last option, But that's why I said I don't want to go back to that. I was more interested in his own thinking based on his experience and being part or parcel of what transpired, the way forward for our healing and the way forward for our reconciliation and the way forward for a better country for every one of us. And he put his opinion to me, which completely I agreed with 100%, And so that's why I say learning is never a day is a waste of learning. So I really was grateful for Dr. Damages to bring him, and we'll continue to learn and we'll continue to heal. We'll continue to pray and hope for a better country called Nigeria, right? We will continue to do what we need to do to live in peace and harmony, and for people to continue to have a change of heart about what we feel for each other, because we can only pretend about it. We can only say, "Oh no, I believe in one Nigeria." The hardest thing in life, one of the hardest things in life today, for anybody to do is to say, "I am sorry." It's one of the hardest words people say, and but I hope in my own time that I live to see that Nigerians or my fellow Nigerians will begin to recognize that an Igbo man mean no evil to no one. Because if we mean evil, Igbo men are the most traveled people all over the world. We're everywhere. Every nooks and corners of this world, you can find an Igbo man. And we don't just go there for sightseeing. We go there, we establish, we get involved in the community. We become part of the community. We do things, we survive, we do things. We become part and parcel of every community. And giving us opportunity, we also help the community to grow. So an Igbo man is a blessing, right? So I just hope and I pray that Nigerians will continue as we continue to grow old, because as we are talking, right? Is it not 2-3 days ago, Don Yokupe passed away. When I was talking about it, I just reminded people about what God and Hezekiah and Isaiah did in the days of Hezekiah. When God told Hezekiah, put your house in order, write your will because you are going to die, right? At the end of the day, God didn't tell Hezekiah that they are not going to die, but God said, I am going to favor you for another 15 years, which means death is the only thing that is waiting for every one of us. And nobody is going to run away with it, no matter how wealthy, powerful, whatever you feel about me, you feel about Omori, you feel about anybody. A day shall come when you just close your eyes and you are no more here. So I just hope that Nigerians and Nigeria will remember that all these things, a day shall come when all of us will just, those that are living will continue. So it was a very good conversation. And I was happy to meet him, not even if it is not in person, but at least it's an opportunity to hear from him, because first-hand information from his own time, what he experienced and what he saw and what he know. So it was a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's come to Okija and Okija.
it was a good show today, and just like some of for some of us who have a transgenerational trauma, it's something that would like to talk about more. And I'm happy that this conversation came just after Babangida told us what we knew all along. And just like KJ said, some people, I don't know why people keep asking, saying this as if Ojukwu just wanted to, that he wanted war. The war was forced on him. The Igbos didn't start war but then again, the declaration was done by the people. It wasn't him, that he went ahead and did declaration, and he wanted to do declaration. He had the Eastern Consultative Assembly or whatever, and they had a meeting. The people were pushing, let us be, on our own, because these people, when the killing started long before independence. After a time, the people, we cannot take this anymore, and let's just be on our own. And the people forced the assembly passed the resolution, and Ojukwu, the Ahera declaration was not Ojukwu did not write it. I think it was, they said Chinua Achebe and some other people wrote that declaration, Ahera declaration. And some people, we all know, they had a meeting in Aburi, and they agreed on certain things. And then Gowon came into. I mean, this is crazy because when this IBB said this, other things. Imagine, could you believe that what's his name? Gowon went to Anambra University or the Ojukwu University, and he had a lecture. He was telling people that he didn't implement those declarations because when he came back, he was sick. He had malaria. He had malaria for 6 months. He had malaria for 6 months, and then he couldn't okay, even if he didn't want to implement everything, why didn't you call, had a meeting? Why didn't you call a meeting? Or,
but Okija, I want to have a question for you.
Yeah.
Won't you blame the people who invited Gowon to come and deliver a keynote lecture in Ojukwu University?
I don't know who died and did that. To be honest with you, I've been,
It's not ironic. Why did you bring him?
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I said I was gonna, because someone sent me the documents. I said I was gonna follow it up with a dean that was my classmate. Not my classmate. Like my friend. Follow it up. Why did you people invite such a man to come there to to talk nonsense? So, but so he had 6 months. He didn't implement anything. He didn't do anything. And then you had malaria. You didn't try to, talk with, the guy you had meeting with, let's all renegotiate or let's do this. And Ojukwu, what they did was they were not expecting Nigeria to fight them. They were expecting, okay, because you guys wanted Araba for a long time. You guys wanted Araba. You didn't want independence. Okay, let us go. Everybody will be on use our own, and let us be apart. And that was it. So I don't think I believe that if Ojukwu expected, I mean, in the hindsight, you would have gotten prepared, but I don't think they were expecting like a war, Nigerian war, declaration of war. They were thinking that if they seceded, the North was like, okay, we're going back. But I think probably that's what they not wanted to go. Not probably they didn't want to go to war, and the corner people, Biafra, Britain, told them, to just go to war, and then we will help you, we'll supply you, with whatever you need. And they have an intelligence all over Africa. They probably knew that Biafra didn't have enough to fight the war. So that's the way I look at it. So anybody who's blaming Ojukwu, just shut up and just what are you doing now? What have you done? I don't know if you listen to I listened to Alex Madebo's son. Alex Madebo, he was the Biafran in the army, the chief of army or so, whatever. So I listened to his son. So he talked so many things about it, because there was a time they wanted to a coup to replace Ojukwu with Madebo, and Madebo said no, I don't want to participate. Let Ojukwu, if you have any differences, let's talk about it. They let there be this is a war, but people supported this war. People mandated this. This secession. We shouldn't just be fighting and be having an internal fight and topple Ojukwu and all those things. So. Yeah, it's I like the conversation, and I hope and we'll have more of it. And because because we have to since they use this thing to kill so many people, And then all of a sudden, IBB released his book, and one thing later, another issue came to Nigeria, and then we've forgotten about all this. We should talk about this until we find a resolution, because some people are still dealing with the trauma, not even the trauma, the economic impact and so many other impacts.
Okay.
That followed it.
Yeah. My family is one of those that are still dealing with economic impact. My father lost everything, and eventually his family had to suffer. That's a story for another day. All right, Mr. Jeff. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Very clear.
Okay, very good. Yeah, you see, all of us, mostly from the South and South, obviously lost a lot. In fact, my own grandfather lost his house in Agri Road and was given 20 pounds too. But we thank God for the narrative. Things have changed and we're moving on, and God is blessing our family and every one of us that have those impacts. Now, is what a good thing? No. First of all, I want to thank Philip Effiong for actually showing up. Philip Effiong Jr. to be correct. To have showing up. I had some busy this thing, but when I saw that he was around, I said, wow, this is an opportunity. Let me talk to him and all that. And I love his eloquence. I love the fact that he actually put the record straight and shared his experience of what his father faced and what he partially faced, and exposing the lies that have been lingering for years of identity crisis. And let me even shock you. There are so many people from Akwa Ibom too who I even spoke with that acknowledged to me that because of the hatred for Igbos, some decided to hide their Igbo names and take a name that will not, I don't identify. It was even a village meeting. They did a village meeting on that. I don't mean to, it's someone that is very dear to me, but he actually shared that experience with me. It just comes to tell you the rot. If there are so many of them, Unfortunately, there are even some that we say, oh, they are not Igbos, even though I answer an Igbo name. It's their problem. It's their problem, but you cannot deny who you are, really. Except you came from planet Mars. So I want to address something here too, regarding some of the commentary I'm seeing here. I don't know who it is. I will call I'm attempted to call the name. Someone is saying that, oh, the war was fought 70 years ago, that we should get over it. Is that person for real? What about the 400 years of slavery that was done to the black race, including me and you, that is still happening till tomorrow? To the point now that even when you watch some drama playlets, you still see those racist tendencies being, you see it on the play, but it's happening as we speak. It just tells you that so many things have not changed, but we can correct it. As far as God, look, it's only an animal that is put in a, what they call it, in a pen or whatever, that you can say, okay, we don't have that reasoning faculty to do anything better for himself, that we can be able to control. But as far as we're all human beings, we have the opportunity to take destiny into our own hands, for crying out loud. It's kind of this. I find it in disdain that people are still talking like this up to now. Even after Bangladesh spoke, it shows that some people need a rethink. It actually says that some people seriously need a rethink, because whatever lies that people have been holding on to, it has been exposed. Now, does it mean that whatever happened then, the Igbos are entirely the best or did right? No. Look, from both sides, there were mistakes. Mistakes were made. But of course, there's chronological records of all the marginalization and the killings that have been happening. And it is just like in the national scene, even in corporations, they do Black History Month. Nigeria needs to do something regarding to our situation as far as the Southeast region is concerned. Something needs to be done. This is not something that can be swept over, because whether we like it or not, everybody is affected. Even us. Okay, for instance, some of us that were not even there, that were just born maybe 70s, 80s or whatever, we still feel the aftermath. And sometimes you see amongst our peers, some people will be saying that, oh, an Igbo man can never be president. And they expect us to take it hook, line, and sinker, year in, year out. year in, year out. Look, like see this comment that is here now. If someone is still thinking like this in this day and age, I think the person's brain needs to be checked. I don't care if he puts in $1 million. If he wants to bring that his own business, I don't care. But we need to look, and that's one thing. Let me just say this. Let me conclude. And that's one thing I love about the Northerners in Nigeria. No matter the narrative, once anything is done that is against what their conscience, even if you give them $1 billion, they will not accept it because they feel pain that something is done against them. How much more we can do better? Everything doesn't have to be financial.
You don't even need to go far. Bala Mohammed is a serving governor in Nigeria. He came to national TV and told that Fulanis all over the world are from Nigeria. So they cannot close the northern border. They can come and go as they like, and they are free.
Okay.
They are entitled to Nigerian passport. Anyway, I just want to tell Mr. Kolata, I'm from a place called Uzuakoli. If you go to Uzuakoli,
KJ, that's not necessary. Can we just forget about all that?
No, I want to address it.
You see, what people don't know, some people are looking for. Some people are looking. Hold on,
hold on, Chim.
No, KJ, I'm not stopping you. What I want to say is, don't advertise someone. Let's focus on the issue.
Okay, I want to put it on record. If
that's what he wants. That person wants to be.
You still have women college. Those days used to have a woman college, women teachers college. It was totally destroyed. It's still there. The relics is still there. The leprosaurium is destroyed. Part of it is still there. So we still have places in Igbo land that is left the way it were and moved on to find other form of development. So let's not even go there. Anyway, thank you, Chim, for that. Jefferson, I can go ahead, right? We can move on to some other person. Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah. So, sorry, just so all these things have been said. So what I can conclude is we just need to move forward and be progressive about it. But we're not going to allow this hate to continue. At a point, it needs to be heavily addressed. It needs to be heavily addressed and it needs to be resolved because it's like a ticking time bomb. Unfortunately, this guy is still in prison. Even after all the things that has happened, Nnamdi Kanu, he may have had his approach or whatever, but the message has been passed already. So it's something that needs to be really. I think if the Nigerian state wants to progress, they need to really look into all those matters and not keep on brushing it and feel because they have some politicians from our extraction who will always agree with everything that they say. Or just pass it on because money has exchanged hand or business has exchanged hand. We may be friends with everybody all over the world. Of course, I'm not preaching division, but we have to be objective and the right thing has to be done for us to actually have a direction. If not, if we continue like this, we're only creating a recipe of disaster that will set us back. That's what I can say.
Thank you so much, Ed.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now.
Okay. Sorry, I just went off for a minute. Yeah. Thank you so much, KJ. I actually want to thank Dr. Damages for bringing Professor Effiong here. It really shows some level of responsiveness on his part because we're just having a chat. The last time this whole Biafra conversation was had, and for me, I just wanted to hear from maybe someone else that was involved, but not as an Igbo person. So I suggested this to him. He probably had it in mind before because the speed at which he brought him on was really impressive. So I want to thank Dr. Damages for that. Really not much to say. I think the way it is now, it just seems that people's minds are made up about the Nigerian situation, about the Biafra situation and all of that. So there's really not much you can say to make people change their minds on that. You try, a lot has been said, books have been written, but some people just still want to hold on to this whole idea of, it was an Igbo coup. And I say to them, and then, even if it was, what the hell? Because think about it. Is there any part of Nigeria that has not had a coup? The July 1966 coup, do we call it the Northern Nigerian coup? The coup that was the Oka coup, do we call it the minorities coup? The phantom coup against Abacha, do we call it the Yoruba coup? So why do we insist on the Igbo coup? So it's a stupid thing, to be honest. And I don't really see any reason why we should keep digging that hole. You know, what has happened has happened. Should we you know, keep using that to blackball a part of the nation? Do we see in America, for example, today that we can't have a Southern president because the South decided to secede at some point? You know, we want to be great, want to be as great as other nations of the world, but we just still stick to this old, you know, crab mentality, all in the name of it does not affect us. See, the Igbo problem actually affects me a lot. You know, we're supposed to have a Gili seaport in Edo State where I'm from. But I'm very sure that they probably think that will help the Igbo people, and that's why we don't have that. We're supposed to have maybe Goodluck Jonathan was supposed to be the president. You know, he's from South, but they tagged him an Igbo president because they felt he favored the Igbo people. Even Obasanjo, in some quarters, is still called an Igbo man. So, you know, you can't really, you know, avoid that thing, you know, in putting the Igbo man down or trying to, and I'm not trying to even be, you know, patronizing here. It really affects people. We saw what happened in Lagos in the last election, where even Yoruba people were tagged Igbo and they were attacked. You know, so how long can we keep this going? You know, we come here and say we want unity, we don't want Nigeria to break up, but how about hearing the you know, the concerns of everybody involved? You know, it doesn't, okay, even the whole idea of seceding, what's the big deal there? The northern part, actually, after they did the July 1966 coup, Maurice Mohammed wanted to lead secession, if not that the British people appealed to them. You know, was it because the Igbo people did not have that kind of, you know, arrangement with the British, and they were like literally you know, with their backs against the wall, and they had to do that for survival? So, like, why do we keep, you know, backing up this tree and, you know, just using that to make the Igbo people the boogeyman? I mean, it's really frustrating sometimes, but yeah, that's it for me. I can't hear you, KJ, you're muted.
Thank you so much, Ed. Someday, on this channel, we're going to relive the life of Murtala Muhammad so we all can know who he really is. So that some of you who fly into the Lagos International Airport, you really know the name of that airport, whether you should keep calling it. Anyway, that's a discussion for another day. Thank you so much for your contribution. And then, listen, if we want to do away with the history, if we want to put that past us, we should discuss it openly. And just like Philip Effiong said, Major General Philip Effiong said, discuss what led to that war and deal with those things. It is not only what led to it, okay? Isaac Adakaboro, before now, put that same, you know, these points were also part of what led him to, you know, to revolt. So it is not as if it's only an Igbo thing, although right now, just like he has said, we are being divided, you know, gradually so that everybody, in fact, very soon now, they will tell the Nsukka people that they are no longer Igbos. Because I listened to one Igbo man speak in this their protest now. I couldn't make out all that she's saying, but I know that she's speaking Igbo. So maybe someday somebody will tell them they are no longer Igbos. I don't know. But anyway, let me go to Bob. Bob, what's your contribution? How did you see the interview? And what's your takeaway?
Yeah, Mr. KJ, thank you. Nice to have you again. I'm Professor Philip Effiong Jr. has really expressed what the government has refused to tell Nigerians, you know. Part of the reasons why the teaching of history has been removed from the curriculum of secondary school. When I was in secondary school, I did history. I did history as an art student, and history as a subject was what I loved so much. I made A1 in my WAEC in history when we learned everything that happened, even the transatlantic slave trade, how our people were shipped across the Sahara to the Mediterranean to wherever, all parts of the world, you know. So it beats my imagination that what the upcoming generation should know about their country has been totally eradicated from the curriculum of the school. God knows what they want to achieve or what they want to hide from people. They don't want people to talk about the war, just as you said. The more we discuss about it, the more we are getting closer to solving the problem that led to the war. Rather, they kept hiding everything about the war. But the question remains, have the problem of Nigeria been solved? The issues that led to the war, has it been solved? No. The country keeps polarizing. Region, religion, ethnicity, whatever. I am from here, you are from here, you don't speak my language, keeps balkanizing the country. From the soundbite Dr. Dameji played before he left, you know, see, that man was talking about the war that international countries did not play so much role in the war, that Nigeria on their own basically won the war without any international aid. That was a lie. We all knew how so many countries intervened in the war that supplied Nigeria.
He didn't say that. The documentary didn't say that. He said that countries, he called the country that played a lot of role in it. He didn't. He only said America didn't want to be on, you know.
Yeah,
here and there.
I listened to it. He did not specifically say that. To a larger extent, he was trying to say there was no major role played. You know, he tried to downplay it. I listened to it. Yeah, but we all know that on the African continent, Cote d'Ivoire, Gabon, Tanzania, they saw reasons with the Biafrans, and they wanted to help the Biafran people. The majority of other African countries, for their own reasons, they say that should these people go now, Africa might disintegrate. Africa, if Biafra toes the path, let me say, components of Africa that may want to succeed, we begin to see that as an opportunity to also do what Biafra may have done. But today, the question still remains, is Africa as a continent today better off? Is Africa better off? No way. Yes, they say together we are stronger. But if our togetherness cannot harness our potentialities by making the country grow, look at where we are as a country. Are we growing? Even if we don't want to divide, going back to regionalism, to me, remains a panacea to the Nigerian growth. If not, where we are, this democracy we are talking about, it has been questioned. So many research fellows has questioned that word democracy. Nigeria has not practiced democracy to the stronger terms of what democracy means. Each time we hear them say we copy democracy from America. America that is practicing democracy, they practice it to the core. We that borrowed it from there, we are not even close to what is called democracy. Well, it beats my imagination that we have continued to go within the circles. And within that circles, we will continue to grow. 64 years, Abi, a man of 64 years that is still crawling, not walking. What do you call him? He's a lame man. You are lame. Nigeria is lame. Let's call it what it is. And if care is not taken, God forbid that we will get 100 years and we will still be lame as a country.
All right. Thank you so much, Bob. Thank you. I appreciate your contribution. I come to my brother Chim. Also, that Nigeria will go to Mbe Sa. Are you aligned with that thought that we are moving gradually to Mbe Sa?
I don't know, my brother. I don't know. But I mean, it was very interesting listening to his account. A near first-hand account, because he was a little boy and his father was close to the events that were happening. So what I really love about him is the fact that he was able to balance things. And this brings me to the Prof. The Prof was slightly misunderstood. The Prof, Professor Ojukwu, who came in, he wasn't saying that the war could have been resolved in another way or whatever. He was simply saying that, because at the end of the day, we need to be very honest. Don't forget that the average age of these guys, the Nigerian leadership, the military boys, Ojukwu, Gowon, they were all in their 30s, some even 20s at that time. So the oldest ones were the ones, the Ojukwus and co. If you remove the Ironsi guys who had been removed, who had already, blossomed. If you remove Mailamari, the northern guy that was killed, and Ojukwu, and Ironsi, these other players were all young men. So they had hot blood burning in them. So there could have been some measure of level-headedness they could have exhibited and address the issues. But I do understand the fact that as a leader, which Ojukwu was, and those who were on the side of Biafra, watching your people slaughtered is not an easy thing. It will force you to take certain steps you might not necessarily would have taken on a good day. So there were a lot of rash decisions taken. But like I tell people, go and get educated about the Nigerian Biafran War. I've read 3 books written by 2 Nigerians. One is an Ikwere man. Everybody knows that what's his name? I think he's a doctor. He's a PhD. The guy who wrote Sunset at Dawn. Elechi Amadi.
I read Elechi Amadi a long time ago.
Yeah, he's from River State. Go and read his account of the Nigerian Biafran history. That was the first book I read when it came to Nigerian Biafran history. Elechi Amadi's book. Then I read Frederick Forsyth. But why I was being honest that people always try to say that Frederick Forsyth, though being British, was biased because Ojukwu was his schoolmate, so that he was writing to assuage his friends, this thing. But that's okay. But if you go and read it and then listen to what this man said today, that is Professor Effiong said today, there were very similarities in the book. And that's why I asked him that question about, what is it called? Yes, Biafra, as it were, that constituted that time, had predominantly Igbo people, is a fact. But you had all these smaller groups. But last week I mentioned Margaret Igbo before the woman mentioned her again today. These were people who, although had minority ethnicities, but they were very large-hearted when it came to the project of Nigeria. People need to go and study she's Chief Margaret Igbo and her role in politics and all the things she's done, her participation in female demonstrations and all those things, to bring Nigeria to where it is. Sometimes there are some of our female folks who are not usually being projected. But I think, by and large, it was a wonderful conversation we had. Hopefully, Rudolph will be able to do more of this and bring other people. But I keep saying, people should go and read up, or have an open mind about these things. I'm one person who, when I hear something, I like to hear the other side before I make my deductions. If you listen to, if you read the much maligned IBB's book, yes, there are inaccuracies in it, but you will see an effort by somebody who is trying to unburden his heart with certain things he knows that as elites, they subjected, they try to submerge the truth. But at when you are about leaving this earth, people who know, I'm not an old person per se yet, but those who know will tell you that most people, when they're trying to leave, you start seeing them trying to correct a lot of things. They are about boarding their flights to leave this world. They start trying to correct a lot of things because it's holding on their shoulder. If they don't unburden it, it becomes a big deal. I don't want to bring overly spirituality into these things. And then the other thing I want to say is this. The problem with Nigeria is the only country that I know who denies its history. There is no nation that does not acknowledge its fault. The Americans will talk about the American War of Independence. Then they talk about the American War of the Civil War they had. You see them, they keep talking about this thing. They don't submit, they study it in history. Their students go and study it. The black study it, the white study it. They're not in denial of those things. You know, people in Europe, British people, everybody is studying their own history. Nigeria is the only country where we take our own, want to throw it away. Somebody will tell you, let's not talk about it. No, talking about it is only helping us to. In fact, it is actually in challenging situations that nations evolve and innovate. There is nothing we are using in this life that is not from problem. It is because people in the Western world could not know what was going on in their brother's house when it is snowing, that things like phone became important and people are now having it. But you can be able to call someone to say, hey, how are you doing? What's going on? And then you know what's happening. You know, cars, how Mercedes-Benz evolved from one level of innovation to the other is always challenges. So I don't think Biafra should have been one big history that would have propelled Nigeria to the next level. There are a lot of beautiful points that came out from the Nigerian Civil War that Nigeria has refused to utilize. Number one is, how did you Biafrans manufacture bombs during the Civil War? That would have been exactly that the Nigerian government would have taken and used that to evolve, start producing our own better bombs and everything, or whatever it is, and even sell. But we are one group of people who, rather than see the opportunities from our pain and use it to evolve, we want to suppress it. We don't want the truth to come out. We just keep pushing it out, pushing it behind. June 12th should have been a huge, even though it shouldn't have happened, but it has happened, but should have been another pedestal for Nigeria to, unite and move forward. We haven't utilized it very well. Some people are still denying and undenying, the truths are being turned around and circled and everything. So I just think it's refreshing when you see people come out like this and express, give us history of what has happened. Let's learn from it. Let it be something that will help us in our national growth and development. Perhaps,
thank you.
I don't know. So, but that's just I think I enjoyed it. And I want to say kudos to Rudolph. I wanted to acknowledge him before, but he has already left. So it was a wonderful. I enjoyed it.
You can tell me. I will take it and to let him know that. Okay, I appreciate your contribution, Chim. Of course, you and I come from the same place. So we all know how terrible the war was in our locality. We know that. I mean, you can still see the things there when you go. So when people tell you not to think about it, I wonder, are they telling you not to go to your community?
The bridge to my community, we have was destroyed during the Nigerian Civil War. Yes. We have not recovered from it till tomorrow.
It's not be built back till today. We see a makeshift bridge to go to Chim's place till tomorrow. It's still there. So now, and then someone like me, I lost uncles. I grew up to see some who sometimes they speak out of point. And my father, I said, what's happening to these guys? Like, not following the discussion. I said, no, when during the war, gun, there was a gun that hit his head. Those people were like that until they passed on recently. There are still some who that have just been left and the village is scattering for them. So these are things that we cannot just wake up one day and say, okay, we'll forget about it. What about the people that are affected? Anyway, I don't want to put my own thoughts into it. I will bring forefather who also has followed and probably have a different angle that you want to come from. Forefather, you are welcome.
Yeah, forefathers, I think you have heard everything by yourself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Philip Effiong. You heard everything by yourself. Because me and you today. Sorry, you have to interrupt, but I know why I'm talking to you.
Stop with the rafa. Let's not.
Father, I hope you're not coming to build a nuclear bomb today.
The reason why I'm personally attacking him, he's one of those that will tell us that, the South is not Biafra, it's not this.
Oh, look at that.
I'm attacking you open. You need to see for yourself from the office mouth.
This kind of... Okay, come on. Greetings, this is KJ. Thank you for having me. And greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. Yeah, it's a shame I missed the professor. That said, this issue of whether it's Igbo or not Igbo, we really need to... We have to start understanding history for what it truly is. I don't know why I guess there's an element of trauma. That's why we can't understand. Some people seriously have some issue of comprehension. Because if you look at what is happening in Ukraine right now, sequence of events led to that war. It's not just one thing. From one removed leader, democratically elected leader, it led to the next thing, that the next milestone was Ukraine wanted to join NATO. That triggered it. When sequence of events happen like that, the kind of events that happened in Nigeria in 1966 will trigger a civil war in most countries. And what the professor didn't mention was before the first pogrom was about 5 days. That happened 5 days after Aguiyi he kind of passed that decree 34 that made the country put all the power on himself. In other words, 5 days after that, that should tell you something. The sequence of events is not the original coup. It's what happened after that. If you want to hold somebody accountable, maybe Aguiyi should be the person to really hold accountable because he mismanaged the events that came after that period. Because Ojukwu was landed with madness. People were being killed left and right. So you can excuse him for wanting to do what he did. Nzogo, you can say they are hot bloods. They are revolutionaries. They wanted to take over countries, and the coup happened. But how about him that had the time? He had about 5 months to say, you know what, these guys that plotted this coup, we have to finish them off. Instead, in March that year, they transferred Nzogo to the southeast. He transferred Nzogo to the southeast. Then to go and instead of him to go and put the country together in terms of getting everybody settled down, he put all the power onto himself. He started leading to bloodshed. And when his bloodshed started happening, after that, he went and passed a decree to censor some sections of the country that were mocking the Northerners. It was too late. These are the real sequence of events
documented. I thought we have discussed this thing before. This account that
but why is it that we keep going back and keep talking about not an Igbo?
Your account is not correct, and I'm saying that with all sense of responsibility.
Okay, please tell me where I'm wrong, please.
Because we have to talk about it because even Babangida himself made mention of it. He made mention that it was not an Igbo coup, even before he said it. That's why we have to talk about it. I'm sorry I have to interrupt because we can't.
He also went on to say the coup took on an Igbo
going to that.
Distinct tinge
later on. I'm going to the account. Apart from the fact that if you bother to go to Babangida's book, you'll be able to get that, off. But I'm going to the account given by other people because I have followed this discussion for a long time. I'm going to the account given by other people of what actually triggered whatever went on at that time. Was first and foremost the disturbances in the southwest. It was the southwest, Awolowo and the rest of people that brought about, started bringing in all this. And the intention, I still repeat again, I can send you the interviews if you don't have them. The intention of the coup plotters was not even to bring the Igbos to midstream, but to bring Awolowo to come and correct, because they believe Awolowo has the ability to correct whatever is going on. So the beneficiary of the coup at that time would have been Awolowo himself, who was in prison, put in prison by his own fellow Yoruba man, and who they were organizing to bring out.
You are addressing a totally different point. The point, I never said it was an Igbo coup in any way. You are addressing a point that I didn't make.
As if Nzogu was trending.
I don't know why this is hard to understand. I really don't know why. If you cannot understand this, you can see why there is blockage in the way we talk about these things. Maybe it's an aspect of the way we perceive things, our prejudices. But if you are dispassionate about this, if you look at the Awo and Nzogu coup, is not the real reason. I keep saying it. If that coup, they caught Nzogu, they caught the people that did that coup, and let's say Nzogu succeeded and put a government in place, no issue. If Nzogu was captured and executed, all the people that did it, well, no issue. What triggered the problem was the chain of events. It's not one thing. I don't know why we keep acting as if
what chain of events are you talking about?
Overnight. See, hold on. The coup happened in January or so. The first pogrom happened in May. It wasn't one event. They transferred Ojukwu in March. No pogrom happened during that period. You see what is going on in the country during that time. Everybody in the country is thinking, that is true history. And I don't know why we pretend as if we can't see it. That is the true history of the country. What was going on during that period, it was so bad that Aguiyi himself had to feel the need to pass a law to stop people from laughing to other sections of the country.
You
that is how bad it was.
Time, and we asked you to bring out this thing, and
I've shown it to you.
Hold on, we displayed this thing. See, because it's a public forum, people come here to get information. we talked about this person who sang this song had nothing, no relationship whatever was going on.
It's not one song. You see, that's the thing.
Hold on, forefather. You see, you are being disingenuous. The last
It's
time,
not one song.
Hold on. The last time Dr. CM was here, he gave us the exact date, which is 19 something, far before that thing came out, and that song was by Rex and somebody. Okay, it was not even sang in relation to the whatever was going on, and because they mentioned a name that people just used to, that. Look.
So how do you account for some Southwesterners? Let me say
hold
this.
on. The next time you have to moderate, I'll get that song for you and I'll play it and I'll give you the history of that song.
I know about this song. You see, you are gaslighting people. Don't do that, because it's not about one song. I keep saying it. You always pick one thing and say this is it. This is the reason why this happened. No, it's the environment. It's the mocking of the Northerners. It's not only one song they used to mock them. You have to remember, it was only one song. You wouldn't have a coup. You wouldn't have a pogrom because of just one song. It's multiple things. A Yoruba man that was in the north during that period was describing that in the marketplaces they were mocking the Northerners, and the Northern women were mocking their men. So there was a kind of dynamics that was creating conflict on the ground. Everybody was being charged against each other, and nobody did anything about it.
Why did they not bring it out? Why did they not bring it out? Why did all this thing happen? Why did they not?
Can I interject?
Yes, please interject.
You have to put yourself on the ground during that period.
Hold on.
People that did it, why did not bring it up?
Forefather, you guys are almost saying the same thing. I will refer you to a book known as The Immediate and Remote Causes of Nigerian Civil War. I've forgotten the author. You guys are saying the same thing. KJ is talking about 1964 general election, the outcome, the crisis that followed, Operation Wetty and everything that led to the first, triggered the first coup and everything. So if you're talking of the immediate causes, you're talking about remote causes, it was an accumulation of events, which is not different from what KJ is telling you. So I don't see, one thing I want us to learn, that was my question to the prof. We are expecting healing, we are expecting genuine reconciliation from people that profiteer, that see our division and disunity as their industry. I mean, I think we're expecting a reconciliation from the wrong quarters. The genuine reconciliation, when can we begin to have the People's Parliament? As they met the other day, as they gathered the other day, under the same umbrella, they forgot whether they were PDP, SDP, whatever, NROC, whatever. They came together and they donated money for one of their own, no matter how evil you think he is. So when do we begin to have the People's Parliament? When do we begin to talk to ourselves genuinely? That is the only way we can have genuine reconciliation, because those people that benefit from they profiteer from our division, we never want us to reconcile. Until we begin to see these issues from this angle, we are not ready for genuine reconciliation and genuine healing. Because look at what happened in Lagos. As soon as he discovered that he was losing the election, the table was turning against him. What did he do? He turned it to try Yoruba versus Igbo. And that was not the issue. And that is the same card we are playing today. What lesson have we learned? A lot of people believe that the war, the first coup, the January 15, 1916 coup will have been avoided. The war will have been avoided. Somebody just said there were mistakes on both sides. But this is, we are not far from the truth. But if you look at what they did in Oputapane, a lot of revelations were made in Oputapane. But of what use was it? It's because they never had genuine intention for us to reconcile. If we reconcile, they are threatened. Until we sit down as a people to begin to, talk to ourselves, not, minding where we come from. I made a mention of somebody here that almost wanted to kill me because he feels I'm from Edo State. According to him, he said one prince from Edo, was the person that made Gowon not to agreed on Aburi agreement. Me, even the prince is talking about does not even know if I exist somewhere. Now you want to kill me because of what one prince did. So all these things will not help us. Let's stop all this argument and unnecessary who did this and who did that, and continue to see ourselves as all victims, so that we can have a genuine healing and reconciliation and the way forward.
Let further conclude.
I think where we tend to get mocked, confused is when we look for one specific event that triggered everything, and that is a mistake. The idea that is a southeastern coup is wrong. It's not a southeastern coup. It's a coup. That's period. Other coups that are happening in Nigeria is also a coup. But if the sequence of events that happened after the coup, we even remove Awolowo. If Awolowo wasn't there and the sequence of events occurred, you will still have a situation on your hand. After all, Azikataka Boro didn't need Awolowo to do what he did, because the sequence of events were leading to, Nigerians were very divided and they were trying to dominate each other. Instead of them to be focusing, these people, they saw Igbo people around, and our people are still doing it today. Where we see bigger danger, we ignore it and want to tie each other and tear each other to pieces. That's what we do best. The other day I was looking at Akwa Ibom State. Somebody went to Akwa Ibom State and was, driving around and also Cross River. And you see the way they develop their state. The way they develop their state, they have this element of unity about it, where they talk about, every turn you go into the state, there's a reinforcement of being united in that, building a community. In the center of Nigeria, you don't see that. And because the reason why that is because our people, we poison it all the time. You don't see a movement trying to unify the country. Even all our leaders, whenever it suits them, they start dividing. You come to this panel, when it suits anybody, they start dividing. Even when you know intellectually it's against our interest to keep behaving like that, we keep reinforcing it and reinforcing it as if we are going to inherit some kind of golden what they call it, award from it. All you're going to inherit is destruction and poverty. That's all you're going to get from it. Instead of you to be looking for ways to work with each other, to do things together and unite and build something, this thing that will actually your children will be proud of. All right. Look at what they've left us so far. All they've left us is rubbish that we keep causing every single day. You want that to be the legacy for your children too? We have to think about what we are doing here. If we want to do something the right way, look at the kind of spirit the Akwa Ibom people and the Calabar people, the way they operate. That's why you don't hear all this type of nonsense coming from that region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know, forefather, I'm trying to hold myself, so let me not put my idea. Let's leave it. Let me move on. Yes. Who do we have? Yeah, Ikolala. You are next. Okay, sorry, if you don't mind, Ikola, I have a beautiful lady here. Let's call her in because you have a different dimension. After that, I can come to you, please, if you don't mind.
Happy Women's Day.
Yes, it's a Women's Day. So happy Women's Day, Women's Day. You're welcome to the panel, NS. It's my first time to meet you, but I'm sure that you've been following us and you have heard what Professor Philip Effiong had discussed. What's your take? Is it that, and by the way, I want to say this before you go on to make your point. He said also that, some people are thinking he neglected a part of the women. No, the women played, he also said it again. But I want to also reiterate that the women in the Biafra women played a lot of role. I did a documentary of one lady, she's going to be with the law right now at her 80. She was one of those, the announcer of the Biafran radio. Some days I will talk about her story here. And they were moving from place to place, making that. So their contribution was quite heavy during that time of the Biafran War. So the women played a very vital part, and we'll discuss that sometime. But having said that, you're welcome. What's your take, man?
Thank you for having me. I don't have any kind of long take. I just think that we should be careful how we discuss like historical facts. And I think it's because maybe there's still generations that are close to these things. But there's this thing we do in Nigeria that when one person does something bad to us, we generalize the issue and make it a group issue. And I think that's like the genesis of this war. When one perceived Igbo man does something, it becomes the whole Igbo people doing it. When one Fulani person does something, it becomes the whole Fulani group doing it. And even when we talk, we fall into those habits. Like, what I just want to encourage is for us to resist that as much as possible, even though it feels like second nature to us. And then another thing I wanted to say, obviously, we know that history is a collection of interviews, journalistic work, first-hand account of people. But what we should try to do when we're studying history is at least go to like historians, because there's a reason why there's a training called history. They have this way of collating all these stories, putting it in the proper context, and putting it into the world, right? So, and I will say, like, when we start finding ourselves arguing about, is this an Igbo coup? Is this not an Igbo coup? At least let's go to the experts. Obviously, I know that different experts will have different school of thought, and I was glad when I heard Dr. Damiji say that he's bringing Max Yolo to the show, because I think he's one good person that everyone should read. Because we've heard from journalists, we've heard from people who participated in the war, but this guy is a Nigerian historian, and he's been studying this thing. He studied the military era, and he offers a lot of context. I just want to recommend his books to you guys so that maybe you could read it before he comes if he's a guest, because I think some of these things we're arguing about, we may not be arguing, we may not be having the same points if we've read his books. So that's all I will say. I don't know. I know some people will say, oh, forget about the war. Why? I don't think we should forget. I think we should keep discussing it. I like that we keep discussing it. I just think we should make sure, because sometimes I hear forefathers, and I've told him this a lot, he thinks he's not biased, but even the way he's tackling it is biased. So comes across as biased, and yet he's so sure he's not biased. So it's very, we all fall into the temptation, but I'm just saying there are people that have done scholarly work on these things. There are people, there's propaganda. When there's war, there's propaganda. There's all these kind of emotions also in playing. So there's so many reasons why we get all these accounts. Someone was saying something about parents lying. I very much agree with that, because if you're invested in certain narratives, it's the same narratives you pass on to your offspring. So just to avoid all that, I think sometimes it's good to have like a measured account from someone who does this for a living. And to that extent, I recommend Max Yodo, and he's coming on this show. So that's what I have to say for now.
All right, thank you. What's the name of the Max Yodo's book?
There's this one. I have all his books actually. He's just written
really?
one. It's called All Politics and Violence: Nigeria's Military Coup Culture. He chronicles some of like independencies. He has a book also called What Britain Did to Nigeria. So that was pre-colonial Nigeria. He has it. Then his famous books are the ones called Soldiers of Fortune, the Buhari years to the Obasanjo years. And he's someone that, he's a scholar in history, and he's been taking his time to write this thing. So I think we should all just read him. I think, to me, he doesn't present a biased view, and he comes at it from all the sides. And we should also not forget, and I think that's part of what his book taught me, is that these guys were soldiers, and military culture is kind of different from civilian culture, and there's a way they kind of think about resolving issues, and so I think we should also put that in context when we're discussing these things. Anyway, that's what I have to say for now. I'll just be here.
You said something about, you did mention me about
Thank you so
something that
much.
I'm being biased.
And
Can you tell me what is biased by what I am implying and the points that I'm making?
Okay, so when I said that, if you recall, I said that I've mentioned it to you before, and it's in reference not particularly today, but even how you approach topics. And even though you may not think it's biased, to like someone else who's like an untrained ear or whatever, like, there's clearly, because we all have bias, obviously, but there's clearly an angle that you're coming from. And okay, typically I'll measure lack of bias or I don't know how to explain this. So if you're in a discourse, you should have enough room to be able to be challenged. And if you're presented with information that is credible, then you should be able to take that information and reevaluate what you're saying. But when that doesn't happen, even when from all, like, then it calls to question why you holding on this particular view. So that's typically when I see it. Obviously, I didn't cram it, I would have written it down, but it's something like, it's not an accusation.
It's funny,
I
isn't
have
it?
it for
You
some
can't
issues.
pin anything down. You can't pin anything down. This is where people struggle.
No, it's like,
Pin it down. Tell me what I said
okay,
that
I'll
was
give you an
biased.
example, and I don't know if this
Please.
is how you said it. You said after the coup, there are people in the market, maybe singing songs in honor of whatever has happened. And you say that like it's standard, is understood very well, and that implies, oh my, like people can interpret that as an Igbo call, whatever. I don't even want to get anyway, but let me try and explain what I'm trying to say, please. I may not be as eloquent as possible. What in that, at that point, if how I interpret how someone is singing is already a reflection of how I see the person. So for example, if I slap somebody on the street and you don't know what's going on, and you say, oh, that Igbo girl slapped one person on the street, they always misbehave. My point is that those by itself does not anchor your point, just because like there's bias can be introduced in that thing you're saying, but you say like it's facts, is well understood. That's why I'm saying there's propaganda, there's hearsay, there are things we can't really measure, and for us to come here and start saying them like they are facts or they are concrete reason, and even if they are, that tells me that there's already a bias towards these people. Because normally if a market woman that doesn't know better acts crazy, like I'm not going to now say, oh, that all the market people from this certain ethnic group, they must all be crazy, because I assume this person is not educated.
Sorry guys, I have to interject because I want to contribute to what you just said
that
now.
I made was about the sequence of events.
So
that
wait, how to even contribute to what you said?
A decree.
You know
so
the funny thing?
It's not one thing.
No, wait.
So I don't know where the bias comes from.
No. Please hold on.
You know the funny thing.
The
point I'm making is
now,
a general one, and I wouldn't have said forefathers, but I've had we have a rapport, so that's why I used you. So I think we all do it, and I don't want to make it about you or your general points, but I just think like if we get to the accounts that are done by professionals, at least we can all agree on some facts and we can debate. That's all I want to say.
Yeah. Sorry, KJ, with due respect. So I just want to add to what she said. You know, with regards to that hearsay, this is more than 70 years. Our northern brothers have not used that as a basis to justify where the whole fire thing started. And again, I thank God I just remember, I don't want to forget it. Let's not forget too that Amadou Bello himself did an interview on BBC, I think it's a very, very old, of how they feel threatened about the Igbos. So those are part of the fires that actually resulted into this mess, carnage that we're in today. Because some people see us, some people see some other people as threats. And then killings took place. You know? So these are the things. It's not that people need you all to just come in and, you know, and do it.
Thank you. Hold on. I'm coming to you. Hold on. Let Forefather finish what he's saying, so we can move on.
Wow, that was generous. I didn't think you were. I thought I was done. See, the point that I kept making. Yes, I must be biased to an extent. And if you are trying to say where I'm biased from, I've said it here before. I'm from Port Harcourt. I used to live in a property. I was in Port Harcourt now. I grew up in Port Harcourt.
He said he's from Port Harcourt. I lived in Port Harcourt. I used to live in Port Harcourt. Which one do we want to
you let me finish what I'm saying? I lived in a property that was taken from an Igbo man. So I was growing up then and I saw that this doesn't seem right. What happened in this country? I asked myself these questions. And it led to me discovering about all the stuff that happened in Nigeria from Zika Dakaboro. Because when you are there, you tend to, it seems to be most of the stuff that happened took place in that region and all the oil politics and all the rest. So you start seeing patterns in behavior. And that's when I started realizing that, okay, this stuff, the way people talk about this stuff is a little bit all over the place. It's about this. Some people will say, oh, you attacked, or the other side will say the other people are bad people. They always want to cause problem in the country. But what I see is the South and the Southeast together, they are doing very badly in the country. Given that they have a significant population in the country, they are not doing very well. And the reason why that is happening is because of the dynamics they have there. And it is wrong. Personally, if I see it, I like to call it out because it's often very, very damaging to that region. When some people come here and start saying, oh, the South people are this. When you keep doing that, you are reinforcing the reasons why we are where we are today. I feel that if those areas, they work very well together, like even in the South, as I was growing up, they were bad-mouthing Calabar people. We grew up hearing them, they say bad things about Calabar people. Why do we do that? When we keep doing all these things, we are making ourselves worse off than any other region in the country. That is why when I hear people doing all these things, I feel passionately about it, that it's affecting us badly.
Thank you so much.
That's it.
I grew up in the North. Let me tell you one of the things they say. That's not what we are actually arguing about here. I grew up in the North, and as an Igbo person, they used to sing for us. They used to say that Igbos eat dog. Okay, that is not they in fact as win and I coin Ibadan. Igbo boys are dangerous at night, something like that. So all these things are things that children joke about. It's not something you take seriously. The one we're talking about is a pure hatred that is thrown out to people there. And you know that you are doing this thing because you want to achieve a certain result at a very high level of policy, level of economy and politics. That is, and power. That's where we're talking about. Not whether my picking go out, somebody cuts up, say, hey, you be Igbo, you the chop dog, or you be Calabar, you the chop dog. That is nothing. Okay, that we can.
It's an insult. Come on, man. It's an insult. If they call you that, you won't be happy.
Listen. Even among the developed world, all of them have certain things they say about their people. That is the human nature. Forefather, if you and I enter into a hall where you have white people and black people, if they sit around where the black person is, that's the first place of your attraction. You're not necessarily going to be attracted to go and sit by a white person. I have tested this myself. I've used myself as an example. I enter a hall where there's a meeting going on. Most times, it's only when the person who is there, who is not my color, is my friend, that I probably want to go and see. If not, I normally would gravitate towards the person that looks closest to me. That is human nature. We can't take it away. What we are simply saying that when it goes from this point to a level of now seeing that the other person should not have what is due to the person, that's where the problem comes. But I don't want to put my idea here. And thank you also.
KJ, please, 30 seconds, please.
Nigerially speaking, you've made a very vital point, but don't go away because I think Eddie has something to add to what you have said. So hang on.
Oh, thank you. Forefathers, I think, to Nigerianly speaking point, the way you come across when we have these conversations, I think for me, it makes me a little bit confused. Because I know you're one that speaks about the unity of the country and how we should, approach the rest of the world as a united front. But when it comes to, these conversations, the fact that you still keep going back to justifying things that have happened or trying to make a point, I don't think that's the way a peacemaker should go about things. Like, if you really want us to see ourselves as brothers, you shouldn't, there are some things they don't really serve the purpose that you want them to serve, like digging those kind of things and trying to point out where someone was at fault and all of that. It just opens up wounds that should be healing. And again, let's talk about this whole Civil War thing. Who do we really blame for it? I think that's a question you should have a very good answer to, but it seems you always miss that answer. Because the truth is, after the so-called Igbo coup happened, there was a retaliatory coup by the North. So at that time, we could argue that it was balanced. Everybody has played their cards, right? So if at that point there was still continuous killing of the Igbos and Ojukwu felt, well, we can't take this, who should we blame for that? And also understand the fact that the Northerners also were saying after they did their retaliatory coup that we're going to leave. We're tired of this country. We want to leave and have our own country. It was exactly the same thing that Ojukwu did. So the true culprit in all of these things, let me just point it out to you, was the external forces that said, no, you guys should fight against your Igbo brothers. Because the Northerners themselves wanted to secede, even before Ojukwu brought up that idea. So I'm surprised you don't point your finger at that, because you're always, and it's a very great thing that you're Nigerian in your orientation. You have a bit of, you're a bit wary of the West. But the truth is, the West was actually at the center of that civil war. They were the ones that gave the Northerners, who were not really willing to fight. They just wanted to secede.
Yeah, bro, you just made a very valid point. Now, this is a moment of true, these are the kind of discussion I want us to have. They never hid the fact that they came to divide and to conquer us. They came with an agenda, divide and rule tactics. Now you're talking about where the real hatred and acrimony came from. Now that we know that the divide and rule tactics is meant to divide us so that we continue to fight among ourselves. What are we doing differently in this generation so that we don't repeat the same mistake of our forefathers? These are my concern. This is my greatest concern. We keep arguing about who was wrong and who was right. Sometimes we have the courage to say there were mistakes on both sides, and we make it the same mistake. We pass the same bitterness and acrimony to the next generation. It's not going to do us any good. From the onset, they came to divide us, and to conquer us. To make it easier for their own benefit, for their selfish interest and personal agenda. They never came for us.
Comrade, hold on. You see, the problem is they came to divide us. We have all studied that. We have come to this point that they came to divide us and conquer us and get our resources and keep us in poverty. But the question now begging for answer from you and I and the so-called leaders we have is, why then do we continue to serve them the same plate to continue to divide us? Why do we have to go to Chatham House to tell them what we have to do for our country before we're accepted to run for positions? Why do we also borrow from their policies? We will have professors of policies, professors of economics, professors of technology. Why do we need to also keep borrowing from their advice in order to rejig our economy? What is wrong with our own brain?
That one has a very simple answer. The answer is not perfect. The answer is that they came and they left their messengers behind. Those they left behind are worse than those that came with the divide and rule tactics.
What we do?
Until we begin. Yeah, since now that we know this, this is a big problem. They have left. They are still around by proxy. Now, what do we do as a people? This is why we need to come together as a people so that we can hold them accountable. If we allow them to continue to divide us along the first coup, the counter coup, and the civil war, we continue to remain where we are. We will get worse with time. Because the seed we are planting or we are leaving behind for our next generation, the civil ones are the ones before those before us led for us. This is where we have to be very careful. Okay, now that we know that it is a deliberate attempt, well orchestrated. When we people come together, they are threatened. Our division, our acrimony, our bitterness, our fight is a big industry for them. This is what they profiteer from. That was what benefited the colonialists. That is what the politicians have taken over from them. And they want to consolidate that at all costs. Either they come through religion or through ethnicity, through tribalism. They can do anything to divide us. This is where we have to be very careful.
Thank you.
If we continue to discuss like this, we'll be talking of the way forward, not who was wrong and who was right. Thank you.
Comrade. You want to say something?
Yeah, just two things before I leave. I think to your question about economics and why we keep using policies borrowed from elsewhere. I think that wherever you see something that is good and innovative, I think you should be able to learn from that and add to your own. The West is not made solely by Europeans, it's made from the best ideas from everywhere. So I think if you're going to build any kind of future that makes sense, you should always work with the best ideas from everywhere. I know that people don't like to hear that, but that's my view. Then the second thing I was going to say, I think I lost my train of thought. Well, yeah, there was something I was going to say now going forward, now that we're in solution mode, and I think that to me, the younger generation is not as divided along ethnic lines as people seem to believe. I think, which is why I've always felt that when you go and take leaders that were born pre-independence, and we're in 2025 and they are leaders, they come up with outdated economic ideas. Nobody's using that one anymore. They come up with their ethnic baggage. And I think we underestimate how united younger generations of Nigeria are. And I know, some of the politics of recent suggest otherwise, but I think they're not as divided as the older people. So I have to say, and I keep saying that we shouldn't let all those things, our view, make us not see that, because we're growing. And then, yes, in the spirit of solutions, if I can change this conversation into what's the way forward. Okay, we know that a group of people feel wronged or whatever, and they think the society treated them in this way. If we're building the best Nigeria, how do we deal with this civil war? Like, what are the things we want to see? I think maybe after now, that's what you guys should discuss. How are we going to do this reconciliation process, even in this meeting that is happening now?
Okay. Civil war reenactment like Americans do.
Thank you.
America didn't have any conversation about civil war. They just went ahead and started doing civil war reenactment. And can you imagine people doing civil war reenactment in Nigeria? People would lose it. That is the thing. But Americans do it. Okay. You see them have Truth and Reconciliation Commission. They didn't have it. They just went on and built a country that is dominating.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So let's start debating. How are we going to plan Nigeria? Because I've always said that you can see that there's a sort of post-war politics that played a role in how Nigeria today is designed. So if we were to design it without baggage, what are we designing? Where are our ports? I feel like that should be a conversation. And it's now that we've spent 4 hours or so talking about the war, who did not fight who did not. How are we going to do it? The people that are separationists, how will we help them see that this project makes sense? The people that are not, like, that's what I want to see as a youth.
Okay, thank you.
We'll have new power and Ajakuta still.
Hold on.
Be good.
I don't know who is speaking. Hold on. Thank you, Nigerian speaking. But I want to let you know that on this panel, many times I've discussed if Nigeria wants to go for what to do. We have discussed many times. But I'll give Ikolala an opportunity because you took his place. And but don't go away. He has something. Probably when he finishes speaking, you want to hear from him. Yeah, please, Ikolala, go ahead.
Thank you, KJ. I missed the guest. Actually came into because I've not been in for a long time. So it's good to see forefathers and you, KJ, and all the other panelists who are here, whom I don't know. But this is what I have to say to what I've listened to so far. What we're experiencing, some people have experienced before, and they've solved it. So it's not as if our problem is very unique. You see, one thing an average Nigerian lacks is discipline, and which I have just seen on this show, and I've said it many times. If you're moderating, keep the talks going and don't take over the floor as a moderator. You and forefathers have just taken over the floor, as the moderators. So it's discipline. And secondly, you see, discipline brings love. We lack love. Every nation that grows comes out of people who are in charge, loving their citizens as it is and wanting them to progress. So we lack that as well, because if you look at the Chinese, when they are the Mao's and the whatever, I remember his other name anyway, it was the love of the people. They saw the suffering of their people and thought, no, we cannot be at the rung of the ladder. And that China you're looking at today, the coup you're talking about in 68 or something, an average Nigerian was far better than a Chinese. But you can't talk that comparison is not there anymore today. And another thing is this: we are talking about this coup and people using it as a propaganda. You see, it still comes from love. If in developed nations, they look at their curriculum every year, at every stated period of time, to see how they change their curriculum to meet the need of the society. Does that happen with us? I mean, how can a 44-year-old man, we're talking about someone who was born in 1980, and now he's about 44 or something, and you go and tell him that a coup was an Igbo coup, and he believes you, you are practically looking at an ignoramus. Because if our curriculum in school was good, we would have taught all these things, history would be there. There are basic things you must teach, such that before you get to 17, before you get to 16, you have argued it up. There's no peace without understanding. You don't go to people and say, oh, I want you to be happy amongst each other when there's a problem in their middle. So if there was a very good curriculum whereby the history of Nigeria is taught at least to the 1980s, whatever happened, there's a book, there are many books, most of you have brought out books. There are many books that students can read and know their history at least till 1980. By the time you are 18, you are coming out of secondary school, you would have debated these things with your mates. You would have seen all angles of it. If somebody says, oh, it's an Igbo coup, if somebody says it's a... No, you can point out, look, there were some Igbos that were in the coup, yes, but there were some Yorubas that were in the coup. Even in the Biafra war, there were Yorubas that fought that most people don't know, and there are over 50. So what you are dealing with is ignorance. So if someone can use propaganda to rob you of your vote when you are past 40 and making lies up, and you buy it, you take it hook and sinker, it's a societal rot. So that is my submission in the whole thing. And if that is the way forward, which the young lady has pointed out, it's education. You cannot do anything without educating the mind such that he understands what is entitled to him, what he deserves, what he should get. So when you're coming to shortchange him, he can tell you, no, what you're giving me is shortchange to what I deserve, what I have to get. This is why some people could buy votes. You see, you want to take over now. When you took over 1 hour for yourself. People could buy votes for 50 naira, and you think that's it. But I'll let you go on. You're so eager, KG. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Ikolala. Ikolala, I'm the one moderating. So I have the yam, I have the knife. It's how much I cut for you that you take. So be patient with that.
And that's exactly the attitude of our leaders.
Hold on.
You see,
bro.
you just portrayed that. I'm not angry with you, but that's it.
Hold on. I want to correct you because that's a professional thing. I'm a journalist, and I think I know I have a good audience. I have practiced for more than 17 years. Okay, I am the one moderating. I may feel that your view is very, very accurate. What I'm trying to pass along to my audience, I will allow you to speak. I will feel if I feel that Forefather is not speaking to what I am asking him to speak, I can stop him. It is my prerogative. So please don't look at it that way. And by the way, Forefather is a guest here, not a moderator, so he has the right to try to butt in and say what he wants to say. So Okay.
You know,
All right.
you know, I have nothing against you, KJ. It's just me being
No, it's okay.
in our
It's
team
okay.
as it
It's
is.
okay.
And
Okay.
forefathers, he knows he's guilty as charged anyway. That's why he's saying nothing anyway.
It's okay. Forefather is good. It's good to go. But Mr. I hope that Nigerian speaking, you're not going away yet. You have another person you may want to hear from. Mr. Tony, let's hear your view. You know, you must have listened all and heard what she also canvassed. Is it that we're not putting the cat, or we're putting the cat before the horse, discussing what was and what should be corrected before we move ahead? Or should we just forget what is there and say, okay, there's a new generation who may not understand what is going on. So let's forget what is forgettable and move on and build ahead. Are we not going to be falling into the same trap we have fallen into before?
Greetings, everybody. KJ, thank you for moderating. I was on motion, so I was just coming in and out, you know. So I know the focus of the discussion. I listened to the lady there, erudite. I like her contribution, and yesterday we also had a lady who was spot on in her discussion. So I think maybe the more we begin to have more ladies in here, the merrier. So I thank you. Well done for what you said. Now it's unfortunate because there were so many people. There's people who were, casualties of the Civil War. The South, the North, and the discussion every time the conversation about the coup and the Civil War is brought up, people tend to look at it from their own lenses, from their biases, sometimes from what they were told. Sometimes, people view ethnic views, in their reading or in their understanding of what took place. But you see, I've consistently said that, all these views are okay because in history, there's nothing like the history. What you have is an account, a history. So because everybody gives a perspective, nobody can claim to be at everywhere at the same time. So some may be primary sources that you have, some will be things written, oral tradition and so on and so forth. So these are a combination of sources that you bring, and then so what the historian, and I'm talking about the professional historian, does is to put these accounts together, analyze them, and give an idea of what may have happened. Not necessarily most of the time what happened because he was not there. So when you begin to say, if you see people say, no, this is what happened. Yes, you can say to an extent if you're an eyewitness. I can say, for instance, I can give you an account of some of the events that took place in my town in October 1967 when my dad was killed. It was part of the program in Asaba. And I saw it. I was there. We saw how they were lined up. We saw how the women were lined up. Men 18 and above, you go one side, women stay the other side. And I witnessed everything that happened because I was still a young boy, but I could read and I could see what happened. I had written an account of what happened that I have documented. And we walked over graves, we walked over people screaming, we saw blood, we saw all those things. So to that extent, I can say this is my recollection of what happened. Okay. Now that will be a pure eyewitness account. Okay. But even then, even in giving that, it could be subjective. Okay. So I think we need to understand that. Now, when we come to we talked about the first coup. Why are we discussing it? It's good because even at this platform, you will see that people are still fixated on the issues of ethnicity, religion, and so on and so forth. So there's a need for us to keep on discussing this because the platform, that's why the platform is good. That forces us the opportunity to break down this middle wall of partition that is tending to blind our reasoning and to dent, our understanding of the events that took place. Okay, so what I will say is that I don't know if they have restored history in our schools now, but it's a shame. Yes, but it's a shame because we need to understand these things. Because if you don't the local proverb that we have, if you don't understand where the rain started pelting you, you probably won't know where it's going to stop. So it's good for us to discuss this. But when we do that, we have to have an open mind, to understand our past, the mistakes that we have made, and then how we can use that to forge ahead. But not to hold a discussion that will continue to complicate and to poison relations, in such a way that every time we gather here and we say things, call names, or it becomes rowdy. Now that said, my view of I have read so many books. I've read so many books on the Civil War because it touched me. My town was devastated. I've read so many. I heard Chim, when he was talking about Lichi Amadi's, I think he probably quoted the title wrongly. Sunset in Biafra. I've read book by Maduebu. I've read book by what's his name? Fred Forsyth Ojukwu's chronicler. There's so many books I've read. Obasanjo's My Commander. I've read even the Alabe Essien, who was also Brigadier General Alabe Essien, who also have. There's so many. You can both by eyewitness, soldiers, scholars, and so on and so forth. But they are rich in terms of giving us, an idea of what happened. But there are certain things that they agree on, and one is that the January 1966 coup was not an Igbo coup, even though there's a perception. But I'm glad that now people are now beginning to come out. Those who were actors are beginning, they have spoken. And if you don't believe the actors, the participants, if you don't believe what they say and why they did what they did, who else are you going to believe? So I think that is taking that we shouldn't be arguing on that whether it's Igbo or not Igbo coup. I mean that's taken care of because we've had people who will respect, who will think no, they've spoken about that. Now forefathers was talking about the second coup. We know what triggered the coup, or the various things that triggered the first coup, Western crisis, and then of course the second coup. We know that there were a few things that happened and people started to suspect and read meanings to the original intention, of the first coup. And you see, when you have that kind of atmosphere, that kind of situation, ask yourself some questions. The prime minister was from the north, taken out, and Igbo man becomes the head of state, whether rightly or wrongly, whether by accident or intentional, it's taken out. There was, all of them knew, the politicians then knew that there was going to be a coup. It's not, if you read books, you would know that the prime minister knew, Sadwana knew, they were told that there was going, that the coup is in the offing. They all knew. So it's not a question of something that is hidden. Anyway, go back to the second coup. Now, the second coup that took place, we agree, generally speaking, that this was the revenge coup. I mean, it wasn't an accident. It was a revenge coup because certain people felt aggrieved that their leaders had been taken out, and that the coup that initially seemed to be maybe for the general good, quote and unquote, appeared to have been one that did not touch some sections of the country, the east, and there are reasons for that has been given. Whether they accept it or not. But the point is that Okpara was not killed in the Midwest. Osadibe was not killed. Zik was out of the country. Akweke Nwaforizo was not killed, and so on. So it appeared. And then the beneficiary appeared to be Agu Ironsi. But who else would be? Because he is the most senior military officer. So he is, by right, supposed to take over. So the perception at the time, is that, the Igbos have done this to eliminate our people, and so we're going to strike back. Okay. Now, forefathers was saying that there were other issues, and I think I want to say this, and I know I'm going to get some knock for this. We're all trying to persecute forefathers, but the point is, if you read some books, that view that forefathers is poor viewing is what those people are saying. Those who are aggrieved, they feel that when after the first coup and all that happened took place, that there were certain sections of the country that were glowing the fact that some people have been eliminated and the people have not been eliminated is documented. That's not
Okay.
for this. It's not forefathers
Okay.
making.
You see,
Forefather is not making it up.
that's where I came in, and I felt I was talking too much. But you see, as we build this on this channel, we are having to hear a lot of people who are bringing in information. Just like somebody is praising and Nigerianly speaking here, other people also bring in information that we should glean into and learn from. Dr. CM had done a good research on this topic, this so-called music praising other people. He even gave us the dates that the music was produced far behind what was being used now for. I'm coming, sir. I'm taking you on this.
Okay.
Now, I went to school in the north. I was in the north. In fact, all my years was in the north. And I know that when I was in my primary school, there was a song released by Oriental Brothers International when Murtala was assassinated.
Yes.
But that song it was not sung because they are kind of mocking him. But they're saying that the terrible thing that Dinka have done. Okay? But that song sparked off the killing of Igbos in the north. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Did anybody now come back to say, oh, look, you people have wrongly killed these people because this Oriental Brothers International song was actually saying, why should this kind of thing have happened? Okay?
Sorry. Let me just correct this.
I get you.
I don't think it's his song. I don't think it's his song. Sorry, Tony. I don't think it's his song because if you look at the sequence of events, Agni Rosie passed that Decree 34 5 days before the first pogrom. The songs were happening before that.
No.
Forefathers, I think is the way you are presenting this thing that is making you come under so much attack. The song has been. This is Resluxing song. That was sung long. It was sung long time ago, even before the coup took place.
But
so
hold on.
The song was not specifically
a strong man argument. That is not the point. The point is that no matter what, when it was created, they were mocking one side of the country, and that song was part of what was being used.
Okay, let me tell you something else. When the Igbos were being killed, the first Southerners were being killed, macheted, pregnant women had their stomach opened up in trains, they were killed, beheaded and so on. They put the picture out for people to see, and they were mocking the Igbos and mocking Southerners. Why are you not talking about that one?
No, see, that's what I have to talk about. What led to that situation too? What you said happened, and that's why I'm not blaming Ojukwu for the way Ojukwu acted. Maybe he could have been a Superman,
and they send them to a train. They put all those dead bodies in a train and send it to the south.
This is why, if you ask me, if I want to hold one person single-handedly responsible, I will hold Agni Rosie responsible. He was one of the oldest officials at that time. He is one of the most senior military officials at that time. The way he conducted himself, what led to this problem that we had in the country during that period.
Okay, let me let the lady speak. I will. Yes.
I just want to say something because I almost feel like this is an attack on forefathers. That's not my point. I just used them as an example. And to forefathers' point right now, I guess what we need to be doing is observing what the leaders are doing in dynamics like this versus what's going on in the market square. Who has power? How are they moving? Maybe that's where we should fixate our eyes on. I don't know anything about this song or no song, but I don't think that that's the issue. The song is going to be a justification of whatever anybody wants to do.
Yeah, exactly. Anybody, you see, the atmosphere at this time was very, very charged. Now, to come to the issue of Agironsi, I'm not making a defense for Agironsi. This was a country that was boiling, that was under serious problem. We haven't had this type before. Now, and you're dealing with so many issues, okay? You're dealing with so many issues. Agironsi is a soldier, not a politician. And then suddenly it falls on his shoulders, to be able to handle this whole thing. Now, he cannot find friends within the soldiers from the north, because a lot of them agreed and they're looking at him with suspicion. So the man, you have to situate whatever you are saying about how Agui Ironsi handled this thing must be situated within the context of the situation, the political situation that you had in the country at that time. He's not a politician. He's a military man to the core. Okay, so these are the issues. And let me tell you something that you don't know. I mentioned one book sometime. Agui Ironsi was in London. He served in the Congo. He was in the UK in Nigerian High Commission. And you see, somebody talked about what the British did, and it's true, because some of these things that happened was fueled seriously by the British. First of all, the British were the ones that told them, that gave them a guideline, a template that the North is operating. I'm not talking down on the North, but the North had wanted to secede, not once, twice. So, but they had told them that you don't secede. They had told them, listen, build up the army. You guys have to go into the army, because if you look at, they made a projection, a prognostication, that if you look at what they see from Nigeria, the army is going to play a big role, a strategic role in the politics of Nigeria. So put your men in the army and then send your people to school. And they started Barewa College. You do 4 years and then you're out, and so on and so forth. So the British have to be blamed first and foremost. But how did our politicians handle it? They also haven't handled this thing properly. But let me just end by saying, you see, what are the lessons? I think what we should be talking about, what are the lessons from this? Not just saying ethnicity and all that. This thing happened how many years ago? And we're still talking about this issue. Now, what have we learned? Yes, what have we learned from this development? Are we just going to sit down and say, oh, Igbo coup is, Yoruba coup is, Hausa coup, and so on? After all this that has happened, what have we learned? That's when we hear people like me, when I hear people, say some of the things that they say here, I'm grieved, because I lost my father at the age of 8. We're 5. And my mother instantly became a widow. And she had to face the responsibility of raising 5 children. It wasn't easy. My father's houses were burnt. One of his houses was used as the armory for 7th Brigade in Asaba. And there are families that are totally wiped out. Totally wiped out. So for those people, when they hear you talk about the Civil War and the pogrom and all that, you are not doing them good. You are putting salt into a sore that they have tried over the years to heal. So
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tony. Thank you. I see Ikola, I see your hand. I'm going to call you. Thank you for the contributions. Many Igbo families lost people. You see, the challenge that we're going to have here is, as you see me now, I have a son, who is 10 years old. I've already told him the story of the Civil War. Sometimes he sits here when we're talking about this. His grandfather told his son, and I will tell my son, okay, and I will show him the landmarks that are in my community. So the earlier Nigeria discusses this issue, the better for us, because we're not going to stop talking about the story until justice is gotten for those who lost their life, whether on the Nigerian side or on the Biafran side. Yes, Ikolala, let's go to you.
I just wanted to say good night to all of you, and thank you, KJ, for giving me the time. And forefathers, hope to see you around. Take it easy.
All right. Thank you. Forefather, maybe it's a time for you to add to what you are speaking, or you now have a change of heart. By the way, you have not commented on what the professor talked about throughout the time he spent with us. He gave a very good example, and I thought you are very academic. I thought that was where I'm going to go to, where he said he read from the true certified copy of the handover note or the surrender note the father read before Gowan. And he specifically mentioned the place where he said they are agreeing that any further advancement of the Nigerian Federation people have to sit down and discuss it, which was never done. What do you think? Do you think that advice should have been held to, so that, the reason? Sometimes people think it's because we are Igbos and we're asking for that. No. We are saying if there's a federation, if the federation sits down to discuss, every minority group will now have a representation that can decide or can put forward their own idea of what they think okay, what they think would make them feel welcome, feel Nigerianized, feel they belong. That's what we're talking about here. That's what Major General Philip Effiong said at the time of his handing over and bringing to an end the war. And he said something also I want you to capture when you're talking. If you fail to discuss these things, the next generation will arise and they will still ask this question. What do you have to say, forefathers, on what he said?
If he's talking about post-war kind of settlement, I would look at it from the point of view that what we have now, if I compare it to what other nations have, we may not realize it. It's quite remarkable that we've not even slaughtered each other. And the more I look at our history, the more I realize that our people were up against forces that were outside, probably almost outside their control. It would have taken somebody with the eye of a devil or a god to be able to transform Nigeria. Because most other nations, what transforms them to what they are today are significant events. And even with that, they still need a very, very powerful, unusual leader to do remarkable things. But Nigeria wasn't subjected to that. What we were subjected to was infighting. And even with the infighting, look at how Nigeria has been governed by and large, by minorities, by different parts of the country. And most of the structure we put in place is about trying to make sure everybody participates in the country. Some part of me, when I see our elders, I want to just curse all of them. But another part of me, when I look at it, I said, could they have ever done any better based on our history, the sequence of events? Because you are stuck in history, you like it or not. You can't just jump from here and say you live some other person's history. And when I look at it from that point of view, you might think that what that agreement came to, it wasn't fulfilled. But when I look at it, we've accomplished more than other nations could. Look at what Congo is going through today. Look at Somalia. Look at Sudan. Many African countries, the big ones, are going through hell. What's his name? Ethiopia, one other big country again in Africa. Look at what they are going through.
Why do you need to compare us to the worst?
Because
the best? When you are sitting in a class, are you comparing yourself with the person that took class, or are you comparing yourself with the person that took first? Oh, come on, guys.
Like I said, you can't expect our people to be gods.
We are 20 in this class. I took 19. At least somebody there behind me at 20. The person take 20, no problem. Nobody does that now. You compare yourself to the best and aim to be the best.
You can aim to be the best, but the events that that honed the best didn't happen to us. There are certain things in life that you can't forge. You can try, but you can't drag people. If I tell people now, let's go for nuclear weapon, let's do all this, will you do it? You won't do it because you are not seeing what I see. Most of our people don't see what I see.
Okay, so forefathers, I think you should now convince people with the art of rhetoric what you see. For example, I don't see Ajaokuta as our future. I'm just saying that to trigger some people. But
words are not enough. I see that's what I'm beginning to understand is that words are not enough. You can use words as best as you can. The environment, the ecosystem you're operating in, there is an element of other external events that needs to occur, or even internal event that needs to occur to lead to a situation that can trigger people to listen to certain, ideology or different.
I hope they're not trying to push further into building nuclear weapons. This is a dangerous terrain. If you go into it, you will not live there.
Okay. Can I quickly say something for fathers, because I know you're very concerned about defense, and I really wish you lament a lot about the homegrown technology that we lost as a result of what happened after the Civil War, because there was a lot of growth in homegrown defense technology from the Biafra side of things. What's your thoughts on that? Do you think that if the Nigerian government of that time had been more favorably disposed to actually growing that ingenuity of the Southeast, we would be in a better place today. We see what the people of Aba could do in terms of industry. We see what they did in terms of creating a lot of locally made, technology. Do you think, based on that, we could have been in a better place if the Igbos were better treated and, integrated in a way that, would see that ingenuity take us as a nation to a better place? Do you think that would have been the case?
Before you
I'm
respond,
not
can
sure.
I just say that I think what I'm arguing for is that history is very important. We should know it, but how much, maybe we should compartmentalize it so that we can start designing the future, so that we don't keep saying what we lost. Okay, now that we're here, how do we need to go? I think that's what's.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you, Nigerian speaking. I'm only saying this because in the first place we are talking about the history now, right? And I know Mr. Forefathers likes to talk about history, the mistakes that were made. My own point is, do you think this was also a mistake on the part of Nigeria?
It was a mistake. It's still a mistake till today. If as 1967 they could manufacture going to be bomb locally, when there was a land and air blockade, they could survive for 3 years. There is something with that brain Nigeria is supposed to take advantage of. If there was genuine reconciliation, by what they came out with the spirit of reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation, if that was genuinely followed up, by now Nigeria would have been a better place. You don't need a soothsayer to tell you that. You don't even need a forefather to tell you that.
KJ, you see, he just made a very, very, very good point. You see, there is a research institute in Enugu. It's called PRODA, Project Development Institute. I once worked, when I was in Nigeria many years back, I once worked in a company that had something to do with PRODA. A lot of those people who fought on the Biafran side, those eggheads and all that, they worked in that research institute. And if you see the designs that they were churning out from PRODA, but you see, because it is from a particular section of the country, that's all those things were left to die. And there's a sense in saying that if Nigeria, one of the things that Nigeria missed, one of the things in that civil war, is to be able to identify how Biafra was able to resist Nigeria for 3 years. What is the secret? What now, so a lot of those people now have passed on, and Nigeria, we just lost everything. So yes, I agree that that we missed a lot, because that was an opportunity to be able to harness the technology.
Let me tell you something. My first degree is in theater arts, and the research that I did, my production research was on guerrilla theater. Guerrilla theater was what was used during the Biafra War. I just want to let you know how far I've been following this Biafra thing. Now, the guy, Professor Sonioti, was one of the best professors that you had in Nigeria, who never paid 1 day of school fees. He never paid 1 day of school fees. Now, his in-law, Dr. Okay, I don't want to call his name because he's still alive. Now, he gave me...
Professor Sonioti, that's the one that sang in Kosimamo.
Yes, who sang all those songs that some people borrowed and made money from it, which he never did. But anyway, I don't want to go into his history. That's a different discussion. When we did guerrilla theater, which was what he used to mount pressure on the discussion or the media, the radio, the Biafran radio and this thing, you will see how people use talent and understanding to hold forth what was going on. But let me leave that. The thing that we missed mostly is how they were able to refine crude oil to fuel and to aviation oil. So these things were done, but nobody paid attention to them. So it's not only Igbo that lost. Nigeria also lost woefully, because by now we would have been even fuel sufficient. We will not need refineries. We will not be talking about refineries, because we will have developed our own homegrown technology that will serve our people.
Even the armored cars that they made, and how
the armored cars are still there.
And the planes that they refitted, and translate,
they are still there. They are there in the museum, War Museum.
Yes.
Apart from crude oil, they were using palm oil as a substitute for crude oil in some instances. So we lost a lot. It's not about, we've lost a lot. But the question here is like, you asked a very genuine question, right? We are expecting reconciliation and a genuine healing from people that profiteer from our division, our disunity. Now, what do we do as a people? Because if you wait for, now, it would have been nice, like what Obasa just started in Okuta panel, if they have followed that one up, if they had a genuine intention for reconciliation, that would have been an opportunity, for genuine healing. But that is not what they want. The more divided we are, the better for them, because it's a lucrative industry for them. The moment we start getting this as a people, and then we will start talking of solution to hold them accountable, because they never wanted our unity, like the colonialists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So as we round up, okay. As we round up,
Yeah, about what we should be doing. I think what NS said is quite instructive in terms of we should be reinforcing our unity in terms of having a common good. It doesn't mean that you will change your name from your traditional, your tribal name to another tribe's name. But you, as a Nigerian state, you have to you want to reinforce the unity of the country, because when you reinforce that, generally what tends to happen is whenever there's an opportunity to leapfrog and develop, you tend to get it. What I mean by that is when you have unity and you start doing stuff that is productive, what you tend to get is some, bad belly people will come in and say, you shouldn't be doing that. You know what happens? You even get stronger, you get more united, and you push back. And to push back, it will force you to innovate. And that is part of how other nations do it. The reason why you see the West, they are all going crazy right now, trying to arm themselves, is because China is developing, not because China declared war against them all. And it just shows you the different trajectories we are on. They have not been attacked by China, and yet all of them are arming themselves. What you see America doing to Canada right now, Europe and all the rest, it's about forcing them to arm themselves. And we are just sitting here acting as if we don't see what is happening. Our next door neighbors are all sharpening knives everywhere, and we think we are not going to be on the menu. Who do you think they're going to come for? They are not going to attack China. China is a nuclear power. They are not going to attack Russia. Russia is a nuclear power. We are the weak ones, weak link in all the major groups in the world. And our people are not awake to that kind of danger. Personally, I like to think of 1.4 billion people's lives as actually worth something that's worth defending. And this is why when I'm having that conversation, I focus on, because when I see Nigeria is relatively small. We can't even punch against any major power out there. India alone is 1.4 billion. That is the entire population of black people. One country alone. Then you have China, you have NATO, you have Russia. How do you make your way in this world? Are we going to be slaves forever? Are we going to die? That's why when we have conversations,
you're talking of nuclear weapons for a nation that cannot even feed its people. I mean,
China wasn't feeding itself when they built their own.
Okay, no, comrade, allow Fofala to round up.
See, the reason why you don't have a choice, I don't know why we think this is an option. That is another illusion that has, come off my own eyes too. I've realized that it's not even an option. You have to. If your children are to survive in this world, all these things I'm saying right now, we have to do them. There is no, game it out. Where are you going? What is the options you have? Are you going to play dead for, you act as if you're not there so that your enemies will fall and die? They will never fall and die. People will not fall and die. Russia will not fall and die. China will not fall. They will get only stronger. And the more they get stronger, guess what? What I'm talking about, the necessity even becomes stronger. And I feel like if we keep arguing all these lower level arguments at this stage, it's endangering all of us. That's why I'm often against it. And it looks like, I'm just against. I don't want to hear the people out. I don't want to hear their feelings out. We don't have time for feelings right now. For me, I feel like we are facing an existential crisis that when the time comes, look at how quickly this America just switched. Quickly, we think things are not changed. We think this is the way the world is going to remain. We don't see how the world can just flip like that and they turn on us. They can turn on you overnight and nothing you can do about it. Look at America, within how many months from against Russia to be for Russia, and they turn on Ukraine. One country. Just switch from one leader to another. That's all it took. And what makes you think our future is guaranteed? All it takes, and we are playing Russian roulette every single year. Every time they are changing leaders, things are changing around the world. We are playing Russian roulette. The moment one of them switches on us, we are in trouble.
Okay. I take it that to be your final submission.
Yeah, I will leave it like that. Thank you.
Okay. But I just want to know that there was nothing like switch. All those of us who have been following the Ukraine-Russian war knew that Ukraine wasn't winning and it will come to what has come to. Okay? But then that's a discussion for another day. We'll hold that with you. I think I have to have that discussion with you, me and you, so that we can exhaust all that we know. All right. Thank you so much. I want to take you last, Nigerially speaking. Let me go to Eddie. Yes, your final submission.
All right, thank you. Let me just quickly make a correction. So when I was speaking earlier, I said something about, in quotes, Igbo coup. That's not to say I believe the coup was Igbo. I'm only just making the point that even at that extreme, should we still use that as a basis to keep blackballing them? So I'm not making the case that it was an Igbo coup. I know someone made a comment about that in the comment section. Secondly, I would say, again, to forefathers' points, it's true, the world is changing. So we cannot afford to, alienate ourselves. That should be the first imperative of a changing world, that we all decide, okay, because together we are stronger. So if we keep alienating a part of the country in the guise of, let them just shut up, let's just face the world in that way, you're already programmed to fail. Because if there was a war to come to Nigeria now and supplies to Nigeria is only through one port, for example, you've already handicapped yourself. In the process of saying, oh, let's alienate one side of the country, because we're supposed to be a country that's blessed with a very good coastline, all the way from the east to the west. So if you're able to manage all those assets, it even makes you a stronger country. So when some of us come here to make the point that we should stop this alienation, it's not because we are trying to just emote or to be emotional. It's the fact that we know that our strength really lies in our composite, abilities as a country. Apart from just abilities in terms of persons, it's abilities in terms of our geographical and national assets. If we make the best use of that in such a way that every part of the nation feels among, it makes us even better if we were to fight the other parts of the world today. That's the point I'm trying to make, forefathers, not to maybe appeal to emotions or say, let's empathize and engage in a pity party for the Igbo people. No, it's only saying that if we keep alienating this section of the country, everybody suffers for it. And to your point, if the world is going to crash tomorrow, Nigeria is already kneecapped because of that. That's the point I'm trying to make.
All right. Tony, you are next.
What is there to say again? I think that thank God that we still have documented history. Things telling us about how well or badly we have done in the past. I think that the challenge before us now, and all of us, and even, especially our political leaders, is to see how we can move this country forward. Not to heighten ethnic tension and religion and pander to religious provincialism in our politics. We saw it in 2023, and I think that's a bad way to go. River State is boiling now because mistakes were made, and for everything that you do, every action and reaction. If you do the right thing, the results, if you put like they say in the computer people say, if you garbage in, you garbage out. So I think that's a lesson for us to learn, that if we want Nigeria to prosper, we must rise above the habiliments of ethnicity and religious jingoism, and we must do the right thing. And as the scripture says, if you do the right thing, you will prosper.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, and we have the comrade. Comrade, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to summarize by saying that failure or mistake they say could be success only to the extent we can learn from it. There were mistakes on both sides. The first coup or the counter coup would have been avoided just the same way the civil war would have been avoided. Some people, sowed the seed of discord, and the brothers they turned brothers against brothers, and we started killing ourselves. I'm not here to dwell on the mistakes that were made. What are we learning from it? The same thing the colonialists did, the same seed of discord and acrimony sold by the colonialists is what the politicians have taken to another dimension. So we are still colonized even by our own politicians. So what are we learning as a people to free ourselves and hold them accountable? But we come together as they gather in their coven to have their national meetings. They don't disagree when it comes to issues that affect them. You look at the way they came together. They put their political affiliations and differences aside. They put their tribalism aside. They put their religions aside to come together for the issues that concern them. You see how they can agree to achieve whatever they want to agree. Why are we so divided as a people? But we come together to think of the way forward, to start having the People's Parliament, genuine conversation and reconciliation. We go nowhere. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. And last but not the least is Nigerially speaking.
I'm supposed to conclude. I don't know. I don't have any other thing to say. I think my main point is that great societies are built through deliberate planning and is futuristic. So even though I'm an accountant by training, we're always looking at the past, what has been recorded. I also study policy and economic policy. I feel that we should be thinking about the future and we should define our goal. Like sometimes I listen to some people, they want Nigeria to be this small republic. Some people sound like they want Nigeria to be the next African empire or hegemon. So if you don't have those visions ironed out, you'll be planning around different policies and you'll be clashing. So to me, that's kind of where I want to see this conversation. What kind of Nigeria are we trying to build? What does it look like? What's prosperity? And then from there we'll go.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry, let me just add on it quickly. I must say it's good to see you here today, and maybe you should be joining us more often in the conversations. You tend to show up now and again when you want to show up. So it's good to see you here today, NS. Regarding the comment about Southeast developing technology, obviously, I support anything that will enable us to technologically develop. That is under my emblem there. If you want the solution to Nigeria's problem, it's all there. Look at that. Security, law and order, and technological revolution. Everybody is supposed to be training in tech. That's how we are going to survive. That's what I've boiled it down to.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Forefathers. I don't know whether that extends to the Igbo people because motors have been there for so long, nobody is buying it. So, and
I support innocent motors now. I don't know why now. Our leaders not buying it.
Development that have been going on in the Southeast that the federal government have decided not to know. But however, that's a discussion for another day. I want to thank each and every one of you. Yes, Mr. Tony, you want to say something? Okay. Yeah, we can't hear you.
So yeah, I said Europe and America have gone very, very far. Asia is struggling to catch up with them, but Africa is way, way, way behind. So yes, and when I look at some of the things I see here, I'm wondering, is it ever possible? And here we are, we're talking about, we're still dealing with, things that are pedestrian and is not helping our development. I think Africa needs to wake up.
Yeah, when we live here, you guys go look for the latest. Is it Huawei? Huawei, that's the right. The latest Huawei phone, cell phone. You can actually grab the screen with your hand and travel 10-story buildings and put it on your laptop and it will appear. So you can see that technology has run away, from us, but we used to have it. And we can still have it if our people can think differently. But I doubt, this is my personal conviction. I doubt if they are thinking that order. Because like I said, having grown up in two parts of the nation, I understand the mentality of the South. I understand the mentality of the North. But you see, the major difference that we have is in the North, there are certain classes that must exist and will continue to exist. And that class does not exist from where I come from. That's a major problem. Having said that, I thank all of you for your contribution and for your presence. I know that MS is not in Nigeria, so you don't have problem with data. So when next we are back, I will hope to see you, because I said that because your screen is very steady. The light is not blinking and it's not going off and on. So I know that you're not in Nigeria. However, we'll be back here on Saturday and on Sunday. Saturday for Have Your Say, where you say anything that on any topic that is trending. And then on Sunday with Dr. Damages on 90 Minutes Africa.
Oh, I forgot to plug my podcast. So I have a podcast called Nigerian Speaking. And what I try to do is talk to people from Nigeria who are, so not your typical politicians or divisible people, but people behind the scenes working on policy issues and what their approach is. Like, for example, one of our most popular conversation is me talking to the former head of affordable housing in Nigeria and him sharing his perspective, how they were going about building their projects, what was their goal, what were they trying to do, and hopefully we can scale that. Also, I'm also very passionate about trade and I'm also doing some work around the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So just watch out for that. I would, yeah.
Okay. On what
KJ, I have a general question. It might not necessarily be today. Anybody can answer it, or maybe for another day.
Hold on now.
Do you think
Hold on, comrade. What channel is your Nigerian Speaking?
It's not it's not YouTube. So if you listen to podcasts, it's everywhere podcasts are found. Just on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Pockets, wherever, tune in, you'll find it. Just listen and expect more episodes.
Okay, guys, you have heard that.
How many? Hold on. How many people listen to podcasts from here? Let's find out. Is anybody on Spotify or any of those places? This is why I'm not going to find you. They are all on YouTube.
I am Spotify.
It's also on YouTube, but it's just audio, so it's not. So if you just want to play it in the background, you can find it on YouTube as well.
Yeah, for that I will join Spotify.
KJ, please, can I quickly say something? Can I quickly say something?
Because you have been commenting on this thing, so take note. Sorry, I'm coming to you, Ed, later. Let me hear from comrade.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, a general question. It might not necessarily be today. Mr. Tony and other panelists, do you think the outcome of the war will be different if Ojukwu had concentrated on defending the eastern region instead of advancing towards Lagos?
Okay, I can answer that right away. They didn't advance until that's a different. Anyway, and that I will talk about that. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
So my comment is that after about 2 years of listening to this program, I finally know where Mr. Forefathers is from. He did say he's from Port Harcourt. So can we give him a round of applause for that?
I said I grew up in Port Harcourt. Everybody knows that. What are you going to...
No, don't see. Let me tell you. Don't take it seriously. Our forefather is from everywhere.
I'm just joking.
He has said he's from Harcourt. He has said he's from Rivers. I mean from Rivers. He has said he's from Benin. He has said he's from Delta. He has said he's from Lagos. So we don't know.
NS, what is the name on the podcast too? Because I'm searching Nigerian Speaking and searching NS. How do I find you?
Okay, search it the way I spelled it here. You'll find it. I mean,
Nigerianly speaking.
We're still growing, so.
Nigerianly Speaking, okay.
Nigerianly Speaking with a dash at it. Nigerianly.
Okay,
All
that's
right.
interesting.
Having said that, all of you, or every one guest who has contributed to this program, Dr. Alexander Gomez, thank you so much for your support for this channel. CCO, thank you so much for your support. Kulata, my friend from far, thank you so much for your contribution. Alexander Gomez again, Kulata again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Kulata. We appreciate your support. Then all the people who are on the panel, the keyboard warriors and all that, your names are so many, we can't mention all. We totally appreciate your time and your commitment to be here almost every Sunday. God bless you richly. And everyone who has discussed, both the new people and the old people, we appreciate your contributions, and your time is very valuable to us. May God bless you all, and by His grace, we'll see you next Sunday. Have a good night. Bye.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith.
The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Oh, yeah. Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria call obey, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one